Okay, seems to be working. So far, so good. So far, so good. And also live chat. And turn it down. Okay. Alright, people. I know this must be a bit of a surprise because I never get to stream during the day. I'm usually vampiring all the time. But, well, I was talking with Mads the other day with Mama Bear Art Doll. Her link is in the description. She's the one that was came up with me with the Rainbow Bright Lanterns, and I'm still doing that. I'm not done. Not even close to done. I mean, I literally only got to get a logo done the other night for this last sort of phase of it. But there's something else that she brought up to me that I thought I might like to try for myself. It's the Granny Goodness Challenge. And it's basically draw Granny Goodness as a centerfold you might find somewhere on the internet. Or if you have them in like a magazine or anything like that. Like take a Sports Illustrated something or other and you can just model that off of it, but draw Granny Goodness as that. Now, so that's what I'm actually going to try to do now. I'm not going to be on for very long because, well, I can't be. But let's see if I can at least get a skeleton going, and then we'll go from there. Now, I know some of you, if you do take this on, that there is a particular design you might go for, and it's fine if that's what you would rather do, but I would like to stick to more of the old, the closer to Kirby, the better. So, and what you should understand if you've ever really looked at that character is that while she is rather wide and stocky, that's something that I feel that they kind of got wrong in the animated series, because she's built something like a bigger, normal, non-dwarf puck, if you will. She's not necessarily what you would call fat. She is very wide. In fact, one of her Furies, the one that wears the gold, she's technically kind of fat, you could say. I know I can say I'm fat myself quite a bit. Not as much as I used to be, but it's still there. Now, Granny herself, she isn't really that. She's very wide, and she actually is kind of toned under all of that armor down there from Darkseid or wherever. So anyway, let me get on with it. Let me shut up and try to actually do something here. So I already got the page. I'm doing it on a kind of a larger art pad, as you can see. And so that's what I want to try to do now. I'm working off of it, but I can't really angle it. It's over there. I can't really angle the camera over there. This is not that kind of camera. So I'm going to start with the head, more or less. If you want to see it, I'm pretty sure it's on Mama Bear's Instagram. Just gotta make sure I don't make the head too big, because I have a whole figure to get on this page, but it only goes down to about the thighs. Now, if you look at the one that she did, you'll see Mads is pretty good at guesstimating sizes for transference. It's very good. It's like I saw the one that she was doing, and it's like, oh, we got to give that a try. I am not so good at that. I don't think I ever really have been. I also haven't really tried doing stuff like that very much or often. I apologize, it's not more light in here, but I think this is about as good as I'm going to be able to get it going. Okay. Let's see. I think this might be the right size. I have to have sufficiently wide hips. Yeah, so honestly, I'm literally just building skeleton here, so to speak. Gotta build what to draw over. Mannequin, maybe, if you will. Building mannequin. After the stream is over, I'm going to attempt to put up a thumbnail of what I'm actually using. I don't know if that'll help. I also don't know if YouTube will let me get away with it. But considering how much other stuff is on YouTube and the magnitude to which it has gone, I think it should be okay. See, I don't think I've ever actually tried to draw anybody with this type of physique before, so this is new for me on multiple levels. Let's a few more down here. What does this even look like? I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm hoping the camera holds too and the audio holds too this time. I'm not just going through straight restream. Apparently that's no good for me anymore. Wish it weren't so, but if I just do restream, then everything just gets grainy and it gets rough like it did the last time I tried to do this. And that was also because I was trying to do something by scheduling it first. Because I still, I mean, look, I'm still stupid with this, so I still don't know how to, like, schedule a stream and then activate it still through OBS. I really don't know how to actually do that. So that is a part of the problem, and I'm going to have to live with it for a while until I can figure it out. I am getting some help, but you know, people got schedules and things that they gotta get done, so I gotta wait now, Mike, because in the meantime, sorry, let me see if I can possibly angle it down a bit more. Without losing too much. Yeah, I guess that's about it. Okay, I need to get a quickie snap of it. Let's make sure I don't knock everything down. I forgot to take the blank page, but it's fine. There's one more light I think I can use. That's better. No. At least for this sketch pad, I have to remember this angle is not too bad. Alright, this is a bit... Okay, I'm leaning her face too much. It's more like this. Oh, I forgot. It has to be Granny Goodness hair. Can't be this chick's hair. She's got her eyes closed, but I don't know how I'll do that one. Oh, I'm running out of lead. Been running out of lead a lot more lately. Which is a problem, but not necessarily a bad one to have. Just realized technically I got her face way too big. Erase. Okay, now that's more like it. I found way about where her ear won't go. Oh, so many lines I wish weren't necessary. That's what erasers are for. Not sure if I'm doing this correctly because it's like the camera slightly angled down at the model, I think. So it's making it so hard for me to capture the figure. Look at that, I've never tried anything like this before, so it's very new. And while she's wearing something that's meshy, that's not quite what Granny Goodness is. So I'm gonna have to figure this out. Because some of them has a split at the top. See, the animated series just did the big green shirt because, I don't know, probably they had parents' associations breathing fire down their necks. But I don't, so I'm going to try to go more with the comics. And keeping her original design, I don't think would have been a problem. Oh, hey, Bum Bear, what's going down? Glad you got the warning. Yeah, I'm not so sure, but thank you for saying so. It feels a little. I feel unsure. Like the arm. I mean, it's not finalized, but like the arm placement is off. Some of the stuff feels a little off, but I'm definitely gonna try it. And like I said, I will try to put up a thumbnail of this after. I need one of y'all to help me learn how to actually make them, because I'm just gonna use the thing that you gave me and see if YouTube gets a little cranky. I don't think they will. Yeah, see that this way I'm looking at it, this is angled. I don't know if it's the camera that's angled down or if it's something else, but I'd like to not screw it up. And see, just like I told you, 14 by 17. I think if I tried to draw this on a smaller sketch pad, I probably would completely futz it. Well, yeah, that's kind of what I'm going to try to do. Because you see, like, you know what? I'm going to give this a try. This is not a camera that's meant for this, but this is what I'm trying to use this stuff. I don't know how well you can even see that, but basically I just have some images up of her kind of, you know, the way her costume was, and you can see there's a Zack Snyder one in there, but he made her skinny for no apparent reason. I'm not gonna do that. So, but yeah, so like, you know how she kind of has like it's almost like a monokini. If you really, I don't know if maybe that's the best way to describe it, but that's kind of what it's like, what she has. And so I'm gonna try to use that and then mix it with what's in the picture that you showed me. Well, which I guess I probably should try to show now, if I'm gonna do it that way. So there's the model. That's what I'm trying to work with, folks. So I need to slip Granny Goodness into that right there. Hey, Dad Man Walking, you have found me. Glad that you found me. Thank you very much for finding me. Oh, okay. That's the whole thank you. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because it is kind of like that, because it's not. I mean, it's still technically in many ways a one piece, but it just has different coverage at the top and opening. But it's still essentially a one piece swimsuit. It's not a bikini. Ah, understood. I've been there, Dad man. But thanks for popping in all the same, and I bid you good fortune and Godspeed at the doctor's office. Where the heck am I? Oh, over here. Yeah, so she's definitely not your average bear, if you will, but she is basically she's an older woman who's still got muscle and stockiness. That's really what she's like. I know some people have decrypted her as like a sort of deformed sort of thing, but she's not. She's not really that. I mean, she's just not the prettiest girl around. Because she is quote unquote aged, and she does look a little bit like, Wicked Witch a bit, because they do put a little bit of whatever on her face. Kirby didn't entirely, but it's up to you which way you want to go with the depiction. He was kind of softer, so I'm going to try to stick to that. I mean, she definitely looked villainous and angry, but obviously we can't quite go that way here. It's not what this is about. Now, one problem that I know I have is that I'm glad it takes your mind away from it. Because I know there certainly have been times I've been a doctor where I could use a quick stream. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to do this today, but I'm glad that I managed to get on there. So I thought I wasn't going to be home. Really? What? Why? So Chibi had some complaints, huh? She had some words. She probably got sticklery like I tend to do, and I say stop changing characters. But this is not changing the character. You got to explain to her this is a very, very temporary thing that you can do with characters. Because hey, look, Marvel and DC both did like multiple swimsuit issues of things, and Marvel even went and printed theirs magazine size so they could give you posters, which was pretty cool at the time. I mean, heck, even Image got in on that. They did at least 3 of them, because I know I have at least 2 of them in my boxes over there. Crap, I still think the head isn't quite the size it's supposed to be, but I see. So that's her. That's the line. You shall not pass. You will go no further. I see. Okay. Interesting point, but everybody's got theirs. And I found the move the other ones that you downloaded. Well, that you passed me over to the computer. So I might give some of that a try if you don't mind. Because those characters look pretty cool. The ones from the game, I mean. Okay, so the bend should start right around here. Somehow that does not feel right. But I have to draw more of it because... Ah, you're quite welcome. Like I said, I have to. You should have told me. I'm like, this is cool. This is a good idea. We should do this. We should try to get this to catch on. Someone will eventually draw her that other way, but you know how these things go. Alright, hang on. Gotta take progress shots.
Hey. You can't stick your head in my room to say hello.
I thought you weren't here. Okay. Let's get this right, shall we? Alright, that is sufficient. Oh, I forgot about this light. Maybe this will help. Oh, hold on, I don't know if that's actually helping. Let me see what it looks like. You may be right on that one, Dad Man. I think you may be right on that. Oh, it's because the microphone is here. Alright, let me move it. Maybe that'll... Oh, and also the camera. Well, we'll have to live with it. Yeah, sorry about the shadows on, guys, but I don't have another choice. I have limited space to work with as it is. But I know that not other folks have their space even more so than mine. Alright, this is not tall enough. That's one thing. Yeah, kids want their grannies looking like they just walked out of the 1600s and ready with pie for them. They are not interested in these new ideas. But they are wrong. Because there's nothing wrong with grannies getting to look good. When you become a mother, that doesn't mean that your hot license is revoked. I've never understood that about society. Because a woman has children and suddenly she has to frump herself up. Like, no, that's not how that works. Especially not if she's not having to raise them alone. It's like, come on. Stop that. Alright, something bothering me about this shoulder. What? I gotta build this out properly. Alright, Dead Man. Stay safe out there. Thanks again for hopping by. That's right, man. You're bringing sexy back. And guess what? Guess who else is doing it? Victoria's Secret is also bringing sexy back. They're going back to the Angels, and they realize that the Megan Rapinoe method doesn't work because nobody wants to see that, and women want to be able to feel sexy. That's where they find their sort of one of their strengths. And Megan Rapinoe doesn't quite do that for them or anyone. She's awful. She doesn't look feminine. Even if you tried to put her in an angel's outfit, it wouldn't work on her because she is wrong on the inside. She internally sort of hates her own femininity, clearly, because she never uses it. It's like that chick from the fake G4. That woman obviously hates herself. Like, she's not a lesbian, she's not a feminist, she just hates herself. Alright. Okay. Much time have I got? That's not terrible for me for 38 minutes. But, oh shoot, I dropped it. Okay, got the pencil back. But I think it's time for some erasing. Give me a couple seconds to actually get the darn eraser up here. Jeez. Okay, now I can see it. Dang it, it's not working. Come on, stupid camera. Yeah, alright. Okay. We have some frame. I got to figure out how the heck to do this in the morning. I have to see if I can find a way to catch up with Makini, because I know he's been going mornings. Ugh, but I never can because of all of this insanity. Oh, well, it's nice to be heard, Mads. It's nice to be heard. Considering all of the brain power and calculation it took for me to actually try to get this finally going. It's still technically not, but let's just say I hobbled enough together to at least get out of here. And I got myself some unexpected help I didn't know was coming, so I wrote where it's really coming from as I point that way. Who pointed out a few things that I could do with what I was doing, and next thing you know, I don't know OBS, but I do have it now, and it works better than just doing Restream. Problem is, I have no idea how to do a thumbnail with it. Now, I also don't know how to create thumbnails, but I can at least use, steady images of things so I can put it up there and put up at least an idea of what I'm trying to work with. But little steps. Alright, and I did say it's erasing time, so here we go. Nope. I left it in the wrong spot again. Hang on, let me get it. No close-ups, folks. No close-ups. Oh, that's where I left that. Jeez, I was looking for it. Now for the ever so satisfying process of erasing lines you no longer need. I kind of might need those for a shadow. I don't know where I'm going to attempt to put light. But given where it is on the actual photograph, I might actually need those. So let's leave some of that there. It's a good thing this tripod has a catch at the bottom. Or else this would be kind of annoying. It would make quite the other mess. Technically, I do need those on her bus too, but I'm going to make new ones with the mesh or the scale. I don't know which way to go. I probably should go mesh and then try to do scale, but I don't want to do her scale armor because that will take away from the whole point of this. But yeah, man, the other thing I wanted to mention, I don't think I did, is now that I've made it this far, which I know isn't very far for normal people, but for me, this is leaps and bounds as far as being able to put a sketch pad up here and actually try to draw stuff while talking at people I don't know are aren't there. So when you're back in business, I think with this now, I may finally be able to join you in a cafe or two every once in a while. That'll be nice, I think. Alright, I don't need her spine line anymore. Oh, and also, apologies to all who've had to listen to the clickety noise of me typing. I only got to hear that back about 45 minutes ago for the first time. I didn't know it had been that loud, so I'll try to minimize that in the future. Dang it, stop falling off the erasers, you stop. Yeah, I know you can't see it, but I literally had to put erasers on the cat for this easel. Sorry, not tripod. I have to put erasers there so I can raise the sketch pad up a little. Okay. A little more, I think. Now, I am not quite crazy enough to try to redo all the meshing that's actually on that photograph, but I'm going to try to keep some of it and incorporate that in the Granny's thingy. I think I have an idea. First, I erased a bit too much here. So let's put that back. Let's see, that should be about the bend at her elbow. It should be here, though. Lady is a little bit thicker, so I'm going to draw the arms a little bit more that way. Alright, mine is just going to... Alright, I'll just do it here. Okay. And that's not quite right. See, they're not wide enough. Right? Yeah, I think that's actually what it is. Alright. Because it has to be a sort of striking sort of point to go this way. If I'm looking at this right, she actually does have a little bit of a vignette through. So, see if I can actually properly capture this. I think it's mostly okay on this side, it just wasn't even to the other, because it's supposed to, like I'm looking at it, it's supposed to fall a little bit lower on the, what would be her right, or I'm sorry, her left. versus her right. So it's like right around here. Because she's doing one of those, this swimsuit issue kind of poses. She's doing her best to, and I think it kind of works on her. It would be awesome. It would. It will be awesome. You'll get back on, and I'll actually be able to come on with you. Yeah. The mesh on the actual photograph there is really hard. Oh, hey, Tomby. Yes, I'm. Well, I don't know if I could say well, but I'm well enough. I got no real complaints. Oh, and thank you. Yeah, good to see you. Now, I know you and Nina are going to be going up in a while, and I will be. I already have that up. I know Nina's isn't up yet, but I have yours up and running, so I'll be able to see it from here. But I'm going to try to go a little longer on this because I wasn't even expecting to get this far, to be perfectly honest with you. I hope you're doing well yourself, sir. You know how difficult it's been for me to actually try to stream not like a vampire. So, I think the last time I attempted to stream and the sun was out, it was probably when I was trying to use my phone to stream as it almost caught fire, which was kind of hilarious. Oh, and you know what else, actually, about Granny Goodness, now that I think about it? Even though she is a little wider, she is a little stockier, she doesn't actually have, I mean, I know it depends on the depiction, but more often than not, I think the way that Kirby did it, she doesn't have a necessarily small waist, but her waist is very much there, very much in line. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Looking forward to popping on there. I mean, I am there. I think I didn't get to do any chatting yet. Smaller than that, though. Come on. All right, I'm gonna have to give in. Where did I leave them? Alright, folks, even on sketchpads this size, sometimes things get a little bit small, so I'm going to have to break these out. You may have seen a commercial for them at some point, but sometimes I need these things to be able to see what I'm trying to, where I'm trying to make a line. Yeah, that's probably the most legible to get. But you can see it does have 60% augmentation, which does actually kind of work. At least it works while I'm wearing them anyway. Well, I don't know if this would be considered tiny, man, but yeah, it should be within, like, what do you got? Like, if you do a regular Google search for her, you'll see that her waist, she still makes an hourglass. It's just a wide hourglass. Truth be told. Yep, you're right. It is, because that is the way you do it on some of yours too. But technically, even the animated series version of her doesn't have a gut, quote unquote. Heck, even this weird one I have of her standing over the side, like she doesn't have cut abs or anything like that. But it's, it still does this. It just does it a little bit more separate. Doesn't do it this way, just does it this way. Oh, hey, Ken Jack Ben. Well, thank you for saying hello, and I hope you get to have yourself a great rest. And stay safe out there, buddy. The madness of California. Okay, now, yeah, you can't actually see this. Sorry, alright, hang on. Because I can't angle the camera down there. And this really should be making the shape of something more like an slightly oblong heart. That's really what's going on here. Or should be, I should say. So let me try to go for that a bit more. Alright, I'm going to erase some more. Oh, I didn't realize. Yeah, it actually was supposed to catch up because she actually is slightly turned, and that is really throwing me off. They kind of are Megatron, but they have to be. We're drawing granny goodness here. Hola and hail to you, by the way. Good to see you. I am attempting non-vampire hours for a change. That probably won't hold tomorrow. But I'm also trying to test something for Mads, so I put on the big old target, the big old bullseye, and we'll see what happens. And so far, Mads, so good. I'm not seeing anything weird coming up on the thingy on the side, so. Well, given what granny goodness wears, I don't know how to friggin' do metal. You guys do. But given what she wears, this is gonna have to be another forced level up sort of deal. So these are my favorite freaking erasers. I love these things. As much as I like these, and I do, I just was always able to work with these better because I could angle more. But then I found these, and these, I love these. But these don't do that well unless you're trying to do something like really tiny. Which does work because I'm usually using much like sketch pads less than half the size of this. So it's good stuff. They work really well. But yeah, when Max was telling me about this the other day, I'm like, oh, I gotta try that. And it's just in time too because I already made it through enough of the Rainbow Bright Lanterns where, like, pretty much except for the other villains, all the characters are established, and wherever I have uploaded them, which is about 7 different sites, because I do obviously Instagram, let's see, pixiv, when they don't get gay. Good, and I finally was able to fix that. I finally could post the rest of them on there, and I also post them on DeviantArt, ArtStation, the heck am I missing? Oh, Facebook and Tumblr, and I think there's another one. But in any case, I think we've got the shape, and if I can only find it, there it is. If I can find this thing, then I think I'll be able to make the rest of the hands and stuff if I can keep going. See if this thing can actually look a little like grainy goodness sometime before this is done. That's the way it works. I forgot that the placement of the camera on this phone makes the rest of this very possible. Okay, fantastico. Next. It's not quite enough of a frame because I still gotta figure out. Alright, I can take these off now. Oh, I forgot. They can also do this, which helps. Alright, so now that I think we have enough of a frame for me to start to work with. So now I have to decide what to keep of grannies versus the actual model. Or what to add of grannies versus what to actually add of the model that's up here. Like I kind of want to keep that one, but oh, I think I know how. Traditionally, I'm fairly bad at this. But really, in the original one, the way Kirby drew her back then, she kind of had a bit of a choker. So, I'm going to keep that. I mean, it wasn't really a choker, it's just like a neck piece for her thing. But if I don't spread that down, I'm going to have to make it that way. Yeah. Oh, no, I don't. Because there's another level to it. I'm not going to go with what's on that drawing. I'm going to go with what's on this one. Indeed, Megatron. Indeed. Hey, I know you're very busy with the Halloween things, but why don't you give this a try in November? Take the Granny Goodness Challenge, Megatron. Take the plunge. You know you want to. Alright, let's see if I can figure out the frack I'm doing here. Okay, so okay. Oh God, I'm not gonna be able to do it that way at all. We shall see indeed. We shall see. Well, I guess first, since I am the guinea, I volunteered myself as the guinea pig, so let's see how it goes for me, and if I don't get flagged and struck into oblivion, then you should be able to do it without issue. Oh man, that's great. I love that. Okay, Mads, now you have to do that. That's a great idea. Oh God, I will do that. I'll do it with you if you want. That's hilarious. I've never drawn Darkseid, but look, I'm ready to take the plunge. I'm in. I'm all in with y'all. And now that I actually can sort of be. That is a fantastic idea. I'm gonna have to write that down. God, where do I write that down? Okay. I I believe you have just created the Christmas project. Ah, I understand that. Well, oh, how about this? You're not a big Christmas person. I know you do like Halloween a bit. How about for you, you make that challenge instead of Mr. and Mrs. Claus, make it Jack Skellington and Sally. How about that? I've never drawn either one of them either, and I'm certainly welcome to the idea. Coloring them, well, I don't know about that. That's going to be an unmitigatable nightmare for me, even in Photoshop. But the first bits, not so much against that. Yeah, little bear won't like that at all. But just tell her you're doing a secret project, so you have to do it that way for a little bit, and then you'll put her back to normal. Oh man! But yeah. Those two as Mr. and Mrs. Claus, and as Jack and Sally, I think that would be fun for all. Oh, come on, hold on, I just ran into a problem. Didn't I? Because on the model, this hugs her a little, no, this hugs her a little less. This actually goes across here. But on Granny, it doesn't really do that. And I gotta get the belt. Well, I don't have to get the belt in. I do want to put her outfit in here, but I'm not going to bother with the belt. I have decided no belt. But she is slightly, and I mean slightly turned to her right, or toward her right, which is making this very difficult. Yep, no, you got all. Yeah, you do got all of those ready to go, Megatron. So definitely try Sally, or rather try Granny Goodness as Sally, man. I think that would be, or nothing. It would bring larfs if nothing else. You'll be laughing at yourself just trying to do that because of how ridiculous that idea is. Hang on, I think Tomby's getting ready to go. Yes, okay, Tomby has begun. Give me just a second, sorry about the typing. Right on, Smooth's in there too. Who else is there? Steel Leg of History. Okay, now let's go back to mine for a second. He usually doesn't have misbehaviors in his chat, so I don't have to. It's not so awful with the modding. All right, okay. This triangle-y thing the model has, I think I should try to incorporate, but it's going to be very difficult. Golly, so very difficult. Oh, here's something insane. Let's do a little bit of Granny's scales on the inside. Let me see how this goes. I'll do a little bit of her scales just to cover some of that. And then I think I can get away with something much more kooky. Okay. The problem is I'm not sufficiently enough aware of that as a fabric to know how to close it off. I don't. I literally haven't gotten to that book. I have an entire textbook that does exercises on drawing fabrics and how to make them fall and everything, but I'm still on the old review one that I have to do while I try to learn how to draw. Oh, you're going to be doing Giga Chad Santa. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes. Oh, yes. Yes, Megatron. Tell her she's been working out. That's good. And definitely. Tell Chibi Bear kudos for that one. Giga Chad Santa that's a good idea. So I don't know what Giga Chad Dark Side would look like, but definitely work both of them in there for sure. Alright, this should be sufficient. Okay. Alright. Can you guys see this? How does that look? Completely ridiculous, I'm sure. A Giga Chad really, man, it's just basically, this generation, they're very busy with trying to find words for things that they don't quite understand because they grew up without them. They didn't grow up with Predator, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and all of those dudes. That's just basically a manly man. That's just a new term for manly man. So if you draw something that looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger from Predator, you got yourself a Giga Chad. Now there is a little. They added a bit more contrivance and meaning to that. In that he's also a guy that gets chicks, but then again, they think they did, but that was already handled. So yeah, that's basically all you're looking at there. All right. Why am I doing that? Well, it's because I would like to try to keep some of the model's things, so I want to cross it. And in order to do that, and make it look kind of like it's supposed to, let me see. Hold on, I have to kind of clearly define where her arm's going to be, or I'm going to run into a lot of trouble. That's not the final line, but it is clearly defined. Oh Lord, trying to put ink on this is going to hurt me. It's going to actually physically hurt me. It really is. Oh Lord have mercy. Okay. Yep, big, strong, sexy man. Oh, that should be really good. That should be really good. Megatron. That'll be fun. One of these days I'll catch up to you on that, because that's something that I wanted to be able to do for a long, long time, is make dioramas of places I like, recreate scenes that I really enjoyed, and put my different figures on there, not just the Transformers. Maybe, yeah, I think I need a little more separation. Lift and separate. Okay, now they're actually about the same size. Alright, good. alarm going off. Oh, it's not an alarm. Somebody from Hollywood, Florida is trying to call me, and I don't know anybody that lives there, so we're gonna let that go. I don't think her. Yeah, I guess it should show a little bit. Remember to place your phones on vibrate before you start streaming, kids. I'm surprised I actually did. If I tried to put this on our station, they would definitely try to put a titillating warning on it. So I probably won't post it there. But there are other places where you won't have the troubles. No. Yeah, no. The arm stays. Let me darken that line in just a little bit more. As I think I can actually keep it. Okay. God, that hair is going to be so hard. I hate her hairstyle so much, especially the original one. Because she looks like the dude that's in the painting in Ghostbusters 2 movie. I just hate it. I hate Granny Goodness's hair. I always have. Always liked her eyebrows, but I've always hated her hair. Not the color, the styling. And I get it. I get the point. It's supposed to be horrific, but I don't know. I feel like I'm doing it. No, I think I just have to raise this. Because this is really supposed to be right outside of this line, right? Whereas this one's supposed to be just, this is about right for what it is on the picture. So, I think I need to raise the triangle a bit. Where is it that... Oh, I know what it is. Hang on. It's this line. So old Beck Santa, thick Mrs. Claus, that works exactly right. If they are, I don't know. I haven't heard if they're doing a movie with a black Santa. I mean, I suppose we're certainly in the era for it at this point. I need to get out of this era as quickly as possible. No, I mean, man, if you look at it like the original, like the Kirby drawings and the people that stick to those, it is shaped like a borderline afro, but it doesn't have the texture of one because, of course, that's not she doesn't have the quote unquote coarse hair. I think this is what I'm missing. Some slight curvature. I think I overdid it a little bit. But I do have to curve it up a little bit more. Yeah. But yeah, so yeah, it is kind of that. Oh, you want to do some? Oh, yeah, you haven't done Lego stuff for a long time, but those Transformers are keeping you busy, man. You gotta keep going. No, but yeah, man. That kind of is what her hair actually looks like. It just everything about her is extra. It's supposed to be extra thick, which is why this is so particularly perfect an idea. That's where I missed out on the arms. I need to make them thicker here. Did you guys happen to see the teaser trailer for the Snow White they're trying to do over at Daily Wire? I think they have the right idea, but they shouldn't label it anti-woke Snow White. They should just say, look, this story is one we'd like to do without all of your interruptions. So they got that new girl that they've had, Brett something or other. And so they dressed her up as Snow White. I don't like the dress that they picked, but I think they could make something of that. I think it could be good if she can actually sing and, they write her new songs, because obviously they can't use the Disney ones. That's a new. Alright, how am I gonna get away with this, guys? Help me out here. Those lines are going to attempt to destroy me. Yep, pretty much. Yes. As a matter of fact, Matt, if you look, I can't show it to you on the stream because, well, frankly, I don't know how to. I know OBS has a way to do it, but I don't. But if you look up in Google image search, 70s, what is it? 70s sportswear for ladies bowling teams. This is something Cecil did because it's Cecil. You can see them all in all their little frocks and their mini jackets, and they all have the same exact hairstyle, and it looks like Granny Goodness, except theirs are curled inward instead of how Granny's is. It doesn't. Well, Granny's doesn't have curls at all. In the animated series, they gave her that sort of weird, messy thing where it just goes backward. It's kind of like long hair, but she is supposed to have something that's a bit more circular. Now that one that they did for Zack Snyder, that is a cool looking character, but that is not Granny Goodness. She looks more like she's shaped like a non like a like if you're like a, well, she's shaped like a tall Lois Lane, and she has that short obnoxious pixie haircut, which that's not what Granny Goodness has, and that drives me nuts. I like that character design that they made, but it's not Granny Goodness. It's just not Granny Goodness. Oh, good lord. But yes, look up 70s sportswear. No, I'm sorry. Specifically, 1970s, as in 1970 apostrophe S space sportswear, and even within that you should find it. But if you get more specific, like 1970s bowling leagues for older women, you'll find it in there too. Because they all have it, and it's not like they look bad or anything. It's just they all are sporting that particular kind of hair. Okay, let me see. Oh, I know they did. Someone did take it that way. Well, in the '80s that didn't really change. In the '80s, there were just more bowling leagues. There were just more bowling leagues in general. Yes, yes, exactly, Megatron. She looks exactly like Gwendolyn Christie. Yes, that's exactly right. I can't remember her name in Game of Thrones, but yes, that is the exact build of the Zack Snyder version of Granny Goodness, and it is utterly incorrect. Like, if you're gonna do that character, stick to the origins, man. I wish they would have actually included her in the Snyder cut. They had enough time. It's like, dude, like, because he stretched out the rest of the movie enough where he could tell it the way he wanted to. Where I still despised Ezra Miller, but I didn't have to deal with that bit of him, so I was actually able to more or less enjoy the movie. And you got enough of Cyborg this time where you kind of get where he's coming from. Now, I don't agree with him stealing for that woman, because that's not what. That's not the thing to do. He would help that out another way, or they wouldn't address that as such, the way that they did. I don't agree with that at all, because that's just not how that boy was raised. But I get it. Well, yes, the Zack Snyder one does need to hit up the space Burger Kings for sure. But I think that was ultimately, early designs, because people were just trying to get away from whatever was there before, and perhaps he would have come back around and stuck to the real deal. All right. No, it's not close enough in. This has to be like hugging her. No. No, this one is. But this one, because it's really, I think that it's really doing this. I think that's what's really going on. Because it's like down here. But because of the way I drew it, oh god, if Nick Mercado saw this, he would lose his freaking mind. He does not like this shape in women at all. Poor man. I'm pretty sure Drossel's the same exact way. Well, what I'm saying is that, I don't agree with what they had Cyborg do, but I get it. I wish he would have shown that a different way. Because, stealing money, not the greatest example for a hero to be, putting up. Not the greatest way for a hero to be showing himself to be one. But that's why I didn't like about it, but I like getting more Cyborg in it, even with that actor. Because he clearly can do the thing, but he has to get over himself of trying to think that this is diminutive of him or whatever it was, because he kept whining about yelling booyah, which is something that isn't new. It isn't racist. It isn't anything that demeans the character. It's something that people like from a cartoon, which I don't think is the same as what they did with the Juggernaut in that blasted X-Men movie. Because that was something that didn't have anything to do with the cartoon. It was something else from outside of it entirely. Okay. That's still not quite right, but... Alright. How about this? Because she does have that connection on them. And maybe this can just be shadow around here. Yes, I know. I am terrible at control of light. It has been the bane of my existence as an artist from the very beginning. So now I'm just doing stuff. I'm just gonna throw it up against the wall and try it anyway and see what happens and go from there. because I have to try it. Well, it's like I keep saying, if I never start, I'll never finish. So while I kept drawing, and I have gotten a little bit bigger, I've gotten a little bit better at depicting a figure, because I never could have drawn anything like this just a few years ago. Still have to conquer light. Oh no, the studio tried to paint him as a problem from the get. The problem is that he didn't help matters, because he actually went online and yacked about that. Not very long, so I'm sorry to harp on. I'm not trying to harp on it like it's the thing of the things, but he didn't help things. I know he thought he was, and he thought he was getting people to do. No, we have to be accountable here and there. And I honestly feel like what he thinks that Jeff Johns was quote unquote doing to him is something he misunderstood, because Jeff Johns isn't that guy. He's never portrayed himself that way, not once. And not once have I ever seen anything like that in any of his writing or anything he's ever said online. So at least from what I got there, that's where I think that was a misunderstanding. A lot of people want to say, the whole cry wolf thing and say he was lying. I don't think he was lying. I think he did not understand what was being imparted to him. I also don't think it's exactly what Ethan Van Sciver said it was either, but that's kind of how I think it went for him. Now, I have to get this in somewhere, somehow. But I don't quite know how to do it yet. Yeah, so that's why. So I don't put everything on his shoulders. It's just what I put on his shoulders is the point of which that he thought he was helping the issue where he actually wasn't helping himself, and I wish he would have helped himself a little bit more, because that would have made things a bit better for the movie on the whole. I think his contribution would have made that much of a difference had he not put it out there in a way in which it could be so easily misread, or rather, perhaps misunderstood. Okay, can I get away with that? I think I should actually. I think it may have been a bit too much. Yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna lose this. It was too pointed. And now I can sort of make a more, see how I can kind of make a heart. Now it's more an oblong to heart, which is kind of what it looks like in the photos. But you see, man, here's the difference between you and me. No matter what I do to this, I can't see where those shadows are supposed to be. I don't have I've never had a teacher, so I don't have the training, but I know it's not impossible for me to learn it. It's just been very, 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 very hard. Very difficult for me to learn, because I haven't understood the way that it's been explained in the text that I've had to use. I think that's ultimately the problem I've had with it. So that's why I ultimately just have found light so hard to deal with. But taking in some advice from folks like Razorfist, believe it or not, has actually helped me to just try stuff, just put it down, because I'm you know, it's even to the point where I'm even just afraid to put it down there, because I know I can't see it. Like I can't see it in my head. But some advice I got from him just said, just do it. So I am. Because like the way that he draws, and believe it or not, he is a self-taught artist himself. But he likes the very kind of gritty, heavy ink like Jay Lee used to use when he or was it Jai Lee, when he first came on the scene in the early 90s. He takes an approach where what you're doing is you're erasing. He likes to see his drawing as you sort of erasing away from complete darkness, so you can just get just enough light to make out the figure and see some of those details. So he kind of sees things in the opposite way that I kind of always thought that it was. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to see or think it that way, even after I finally figure out how to put the shadows there. But that helped me take a slightly different enough approach where I could get far enough away from my own brain and my own understanding to actually just try it. Just put something down. Put something down on the paper. See if it works. And if it doesn't work, you'll know, because you know what shadows look like, even if you don't really know how to draw them. And so that's such as it's gone. Now on the photo, obviously there's going to be, the light is coming in this way. Well, no, it's more this way. So I'm going to try to keep it that way and see if I can actually get something going there. Alright, now that that bit is done, let's try something dangerous. Alright, so it'll have to be an extra line for which there is more than sufficient space here. You know, this should be around here, right? So alright, we'll make it cross below. But it kind of should be slightly turned to the side, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'll just we'll cross here. Now that I think of it, I think that's how they made Psylocke's old swimsuit in Marvel back in the day. That would mean it would require this. Hang on. Oh. Dude, I still need the cross hatching is something I can't even fathom that. I don't know how to do that. But yeah, I'm not gonna try it out. That's what kind of what I'm trying to get at, so I can get to the point where I can at least make some shadows somewhere. Like if you look at some of the stuff I've posted, I've tried to how do you put it? I've tried to make shadows with the color. So I don't do it on the paper, but with the color, I'll try to like find a darker color to make a line under. But the other problem there is I tend to do it far too small. Hang on a second, I'm just grabbing some process shots real quick. Even though technically I'm supposed to be able to do that with the camera, I don't know how. I simply do not. Alright, that's sufficient. I haven't done that in a while. Figure I better get them now. But yeah, cross hatching is something I'm aware of what it is. I'm not aware of how to do it, but I have attempted it a few times. I think I did it on, I think it was the Hope lanterns where I put Buddy crossed up with Saint Walker, and then I redid the old design because originally Buddy Blue was gonna be Luna. It was gonna be a girl in like a Hawaiian weird blue grass skirt sort of thing. I don't know quite how to describe it, but you'll have to look it up for yourself, or wait till I can show it on screen next time I'm doing this from inside the computer. Let's see. Cleaner. I can't even tell you the difference between the regular ones as they stand. Quite frankly, where inks are concerned. Yeah, I like the way Maki does shadows. He's good at it. I would put him up there with pretty much most of the people that I watch as far as art. He's but a few steps off of like David Finch and like comic skaters, so he could have all this stuff already. But I know where he's at with that, and he's working on it. Now, I can just barely grasp that advice, man. But I can't apply it yet. But I think from what Rez was telling me, I think what you're saying there essentially mounts up to the same thing. But I am going to also try to use the. I know they're kind of unnatural, but I'm going to try to use some of the shadows that are on the photograph too. I'm just not going to make it quite as, because I know it's like stylized, but like I'll do something different. Like I'll have some of it coming from here. So this will actually be one because there is enough light for me to get away with that, I think. And then from around here. That'll be one, and I can just do like one generally long sort of white line around here. And then I'll do a little bit more this way. Apologies, I know you probably can't really see that very well. I use 0.3mm lead for that specific reason, because I don't want to have to erase everything from all over the place if I make a mistake like I did on the Lantern's logo that I made in this sketchpad. So that's why I use something so small. I don't think you can actually see this thing. It's so small because it goes on the paper very, very late. And that just gets blurry. Yep. Okay, that's as much as I can get away with. I don't think you want to deal with any more of it. Okay. So, alright, we still haven't quite gotten to the grainy part of it, but some of it is there. And you know what? I think I'm going to keep pushing the scale down here. But I'm not going to bring it around like a ball. I'm just going to stop it right there. I know she has the belt, but I can just... I think I know what I'll do when it comes to that there. So it would be right around here, that will be on her stomach anyway. So I'll stop it a wee bit higher. Or should I? Forget the belt. We can just make the placement of that lower. That way I can use something else from the photograph. Okay. So get that stick going, Megatron. Get that stick going. And thank you, Mats. That is the plan. That is the plan. Getting there is the plan. Oh man, that's one of the few drawings I think I ever tried to do that I actually threw away because there was just nothing I could learn from it. At least I didn't think so at the time. I wish I had kept it, but I tried to draw the three of them together one time. Ooh, that did not go well at all. Not even remotely well. I didn't get mad, but I was just so disappointed that I couldn't get to something even remotely close to what I had in my head at the time. But that was like, oh Lord, I think that was a couple of decades ago. I think it's time I try again with this and a lot of other things. Alright, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to move up the scales on the left side of the bust. Also going to move up the left bust a bit too because it's too far down. Yeah. Yeah, let's move that. Okay. Give me just a second. I just gotta check on Town B real quick. See what the heck's going on there. Alrighty, is good. I have to compress the image and make it small enough to fit. I tried to actually upload a thumbnail to one of these things the other day, but it said that the image was too big. And I don't entirely know how to make them smaller. You think by now I've been around computers long enough to actually know how to do that, but I really don't. At any rate, back to Granny here. Still. Oh man, this idea is still flabbergasting. Makes me laugh. Thank you, Mads, for bringing this up. Oh, and I took another idea from what you were telling me before, and that was to. Well, I don't know which one was putting it up there, but either way, I put all of these, just specifically the drawing streams, into a playlist that anybody can find if they want to just get to one, which I don't see why they would. But also that way, if anybody wants to feel like helping me out with those watch hours, then I made it easier. Because that's the thing. Make things easier for your viewers, not your characters. Never make things easy for your characters. That will only end in ruin. So then the scale will start here. Is her scaling circles or ovals? Yeah, it's ovally. It's not like dragon scale. It's very. I don't even understand what that shape is. It kind of looks like all of them look like volcano tops. Good Lord, there are a lot of lines I'm going to have to erase from this. Ah, Yarn Witch has arrived at Tomby's stream. Catch up with her. But not now. And guys, some of these messages that are coming through are telling me that I can stick around a little bit more. Because the other things that I need to do are getting moved back as we speak. So I'm going to try to get a little bit further on this here drawing. So thank you for sticking around with me, all who have, all who are here. We may get to do this a little bit longer. Yep. No, we definitely do. Okay. Good Lord, curving this stuff is not simple. Not at all. Oh, okay. I think it. Alright, so that's what I'll do. Because that way I can get away with not putting proper ends to these things. So I can actually have it be that this is covering that up. Just like it already looks on the other side, which I apparently had not realized yet. Silly me. That was very silly, wicked of me, but that's alright. It happens sometimes. Okay. That way, this line. There'll be one more line, right? One more line here. No. What did I do? What did I do? Oh, it's a, yeah, okay. It's one more, but it's this way. Where the fuck do I put it? Well, it has to. Kind of has to be here. Oh yeah, that I forgot. That's curved up. Okay. And as I know, you made this easier on yourself by doing it that way, and it worked out much better. But you know me, I'm a glutton for punishment, especially because, well, I need it. I have to do things. I have to do things in a more difficult manner right now. Because I have to learn much faster for what I'm trying to do. Good Lord. Well, I do support. That is, I think that's my superpower. It's cheerleading. Which is why I always thought I might actually make a decent parent, but you need a lot more than that in order to do that. I think that is what it is. Because I normally get a good response from it, and I usually only do it for something that, or someone, I should say, that inspires it, and you all certainly do that. Okay, so this will be smaller scale, I think is what we've gone with. Well, let's put it this way, Mads. You make it easy to support. And when you go to the trouble to make it that easy, how could I not? Okay. Okay. It's a little better. Well, I mean, none of us assumes we're actually going to be good at this, especially dudes from the get-go. That is an unfortunate societal annoyance that we put on ourselves, where we just make it so that men, when it comes to child rearing, are stupid. That's not quite the classical thing of it all. But it's not entirely so. I mean, you have to be hard on yourself when you're preparing to be a parent. And clearly, you ain't too shabby. Not at all. A very content and well-behaved child, and there's much to be said for that indeed. Because she is a good kid. Like, she's clearly a good kid. You wouldn't be able to put a bad kid on stream. Let's put it that way. She clearly has very good levels of understanding. She knows the heck's going on. She does the thing. And that's all you could ever want from your kid. Well, your cub. In your case. And technically in my case too, that's actually... I always thought that if I could make a family totem pole, it would be a peregrine falcon on the top, a bear following it as sort of the mast of strength, if you will, then a cheetah, and then a wolf. That's all those would be my family spirit animals, I guess, if you will. But that's kind of where the cubs will come in because of the bear. The bear is what holds it all up. Bear is strongest. So for me, I probably wouldn't call them kids. I'd call them cubs. Oddly enough, I actually did do that, something like that, for one of my characters, now that I remember it. Okay. What do we got here? Good animals. Very good animals. Good animals with very distinct features, very distinct strengths. Falcon's got flight and speed. Bear's got strength and ferociousness. You've got cornering and targeting with a cheetah, and then with the wolf, you can always stand alone and always stand in a pack. All hard to defend against. Alright. Okay, hang on, I'm getting lost. What was I doing? Oh, okay, I gotta figure this out. Because we need this line too. Which means somehow that line has to be a different color than the rest of this. Oh dear. Stop getting myself into trouble. Okay. Yes, they do that. I've always thought that was a very, very odd thing in nature, but I don't think that's entirely limited to bears. Because there's some other ones where whoever the father wind up going and then they come back and then they raise the rest of them. But yeah, that is a known quantity when it comes to mama bears. That's how mine had to do it. Except in the world of bears, it's not that. Well, in the world of bears, that's just literally the way it's set up. It's not like the other is just choosing to simply go because, it's stiff. Okay, we got something here. Oh, I need to erase those too. Now that I think about it. And I need a little bit more progress. Real quick, let's change that to change the filter so I can actually capture this. Nope, I can't do that. Not at all. Not even remotely. Alright, so we'll just do this. Alright, that's enough. Now, turn this back on. We'll go this way. I really didn't think I was going to be able to actually do this and, actually do this without destroying my shoulder like I was the other night, but this different placement of the camera and the sketch pad has really helped to not kill my shoulder at all. My shoulder's actually been okay during this small session. But I was dying trying to draw that logo. Good Lord, that was killing me. To try and see. I wish I knew how to simulcast to Rumble, but I don't think I can do that with OBS yet. Yes, exactly. The male bear did not go for milk. That is just his station. He is only following his programming. Because male or female, the cubs all get it from the mama bear as they grow. Alright, let's see. Am I going to be able to get away with... Oh, wait, if it's going to be a different color anyway. Haha, huzzah. Huzzah, I think I can do that. Okay. Okay. I think I can get away with it. And then bring it. For now, I'll close this because I'm not sure how to do that. Okay. Alright, I think I can get away with that there for a bit. That, in a roundabout way, technically is from the photograph. Though I don't know how much more would I actually be able to get away with. Okay. What is that? Oh. Put that away. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. I will be okay. At least as far as that is concerned. But that's why I turned this over and then I moved this because I had it kind of angling this way a bit. But now it's coming this way, and that way I have the camera right here, so I can actually look up without having to do this. Because this is what I was doing before. Like, you see how like my arm is right there? My arm is at about chest level. But before when I was doing the thing with the lanterns, it was like up here, and the camera was placed higher. So I wasn't even meaning to put the camera where it is now. It just kind of wound up there because of when I turned OBS on, I pushed it by accident and I saw it and I'm like, hey, wait a minute, I might be able to use that. So thank God he showed me that so I could actually not wreck my shoulder trying to draw the thing. Alright, so let's see, the right strap will go over the left, I think. And it should be sort of this way. Which is why the middle won't fit quite right over where it should. But it can. No, I should put it here. I should put it here. Technically speaking, I kind of have to. Leave A. I couldn't actually do the other ones even if I wanted to, now that I think about it. Would seem that the right side of this is far messier than left, and I have lost an eraser. Where'd you go? Oh, no, I didn't. It was in the easel. All right. guess I do. Gotta get them to match a bit more, which I believe requires this, but let me put it there and see. Leave it there for now just to see. This line should actually be around here. Sorry, I got a little quiet. It's a little harder to concentrate to try to make these things the way that it seems to me in my brain they're supposed to look. I understand about that, Mads. I understand about that. I'm going to try to go another hour, I think. But then the next time I work on it, I'll just save it for a stream. But I think so far so good, don't you? Oh shoot. Think about it. There is a character I drew a long time ago that is shaped similarly to this. It's a fire character, firewall, if I remember correctly. And there should be more of a drop off here. That is better. That way they're still thick, but they don't look blocky, which is what I'm supposed to be avoiding. And that should be an inner line. Well, it sucks that you have to dread that visit, but I do know all about that. I just finished an about 5 to 6 month stint of such a visit from family. Family I hadn't seen in about 35 years. But he has moved on to New Jersey and what I presume are better pastures, where he can get better help. Okay. No, actually, I don't think I am. Okay. Let's take a guess at how I'm going to deal with this here. I don't know where that's coming from. Oh, that's this Tommy stream. I'm certain it is. Alright. I would like to do here, instead of what's in the photograph, just more grainy mesh, which will not be out here. Still have to figure that out. Well, I hope you can just make the best of the dreadful visit bats one way or the other. It's all we can really do. Give me just a moment, please. Okay, there is a mute button, and it actually works. Alright, sorry, I needed that. Have to get some stuff for meal prep in a little bit, so yeah, I think I'm gonna go for about another hour, because then I gotta go get all of that going. And by then, I'll have to be modding some more, so I won't be able to keep up the stream. But I still think this was ultimately a good start, and I still got a lot to do on those Rainbow Bright Lanterns with the next bit of it, but this can be an interim thing, I think. And yeah, her face is going to do that more than anything. It'd be funny to do a manga face on here, but I still don't really know how to do those. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, so this is because this is mesh here. Oh, it literally is one of them. So I actually have to raise this up. Kind of didn't want to do. Can't figure this out. So let's work on something else. Right, still have to finish that too. Where was I? 92. Okay. Before I do that, one more set of progress. Yeah, it looks like on this darn filter. I'll take one. That is a little more clear, but that'll do. Back to this. So now, let's erase some of that. Since I'm not quite sure what to do over there by her hips yet. Let's go clear up some lines. This is the type of stuff I like this eraser for. Nice small nub you can use. Make it longer as needed, but usually this is pretty much where I need it. Add a little old school ribcage definition there. Just a little. Yikes. Okay, now that messed with the shoulder a bit, but that's fine. It will be fine. It's because I hurried. There's no need to. Still no. I don't know. What I don't know. Not sure. Well, I did take it, so. Decisions. Drop the darn eraser and move the camera. Let me move it back. It's really weird to actually be doing this. Okay. So I did need for it to curve up there, but everything else has to start happening a wee bit sooner. This is the bit of perspective that is mind-numbing. You'll have to forgive me, but I'm going to have to spend some time sort of staring at this, trying to figure out where to put what. Because that's just where I am still. But believe you me, this is far better than where it was. All of this was for me. I mean, honestly, if I could have done this a year or even or two ago for streaming, I probably would have done it, but I would not have felt comfortable about just putting the way I draw out there, since it's so bad. But even though that is only slightly improved now, and not, I don't really see it that way anymore. Yeah, I'm just sharing. Where most folks are. Oh gosh. How you be here, Megatron? Matt is in and out because she's got company coming that she's not entirely terribly happy about. Which I can totally understand, because that happens. And hey man, no worries, cooking steaks ain't no joke. Okay, that should be sufficient. Yes, I'm a little bit stuck with certain line placement. How about this one? Definitely keeping that. Just erase those from there. Surprised it's not there already. She must not be home yet. Well, there's infinite hope, so she is home. She just hasn't gotten to the Tommy one yet. Okay, back to business. Now. Jeez, that arm is gonna be tough. Let me see. I wonder if I could get away with that. So slightly. Maybe after the ink, we shall see. Alright, well, let's keep going. Let's start to darken some of these straps in here. Curve up in a slightly different manner, I think. But who really knows? Oh, yeah, no, this doesn't curve with that. This is sort of up front. If I could make this thing here. This one first. And then I'll make them a little bit wider as they get closer to the line. I might have to put something in between those straps because they're so wide. But let's see how it goes. Okay. Honest to goodness, I really don't have any idea what I'm doing with this drawing, but when I saw it, I'm like, I want to try that, so I'm just trying to make it work. Alright. I think that'll take. Okay. Okay. I'm sure that's entirely what I pictured, but yeah, good job done. started it on stream. I guess I gotta finish it on here. I think I will today, but yeah, it's a little freeing working with 14 by 17 of it. And we're gonna get rid of this. I think it remains balanced without having an increase over there. Yeah, it's just because I can't see this side that's throwing me off because she's kind of turned that way anyway. It's a completely separate device. That's probably why it took. Let's see if it really took. You know what? We're gonna do it this way. Still have to erase around here too. I don't know if musculature actually does this, but for now, I should have a slightly wider face. I'd imagine it's style a little. I'm supposed to be able to see that finger on the photographs, so that's a little off, but it's an acceptable loss. Or gain. Okay, this is not entirely horrible. I think this is workable. But that blasted shadow is from the camera or the keyboard? No, I think it's the microphone. It is the microphone. Look at that. Now this one is the camera. Yep, it moved. So that's right for sure. Okay, this is still giving me a lot of trouble here. I don't know which way to go on that, but this is turning out a little bit better. All of that there. Oh, that thing that would have been rebel, I guess I could just put up here. Now that I think about it. take that for now. Placeholder. We'll call that a placeholder. Now you're supposed to see a little bit more of her neck on the photo, but I think I'm going to have to skirt that for this. This is something I really need to learn. You know, people do those intricate designs for mesh stuff on like bridal dresses and lingerie on dream catchers. That's something I really want to know how to actually do. It's very cool. Not figured this bit out yet, but whenever I figure it out on one side, I'll match it to the other. So let's get back to repair work over here. Because this side I just, oof, that is rough. Oh, holy cow. Okay. Actually, I don't even remember. I feel like she is. Pardon me, gotta throw this in. Okay. Sometimes I really hate this program. Try that again. Okay, that's better. Okay, better. had stew in a while. I do love a good stew. I hope you get to enjoy it. That stuff is usually pretty darn good. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to keep this going. That's what I made this little window for. Okay. Let's angle them down this way. See if I can get away with this. That is a hierarchical point that none of us can reach, because, you know, grandma stew, the only thing that approaches it is mom stew. But mom stew never beats grandma stew. I don't know what that is about, or why it has happened that way, but apparently it has. And I think Nina's here, so let me see. Okay. Alright, she didn't go live yet, but she is in the Discord. One day I'll figure out how to use Discord. This is not it, clearly. While I wait for that to load, let's get a few more of those little scales in there. But I think, yeah, this is kind of how I'd like for them to go. Make it look like they're turning sideways, but they're not actually. They're just contouring. Maybe that's the word. You know, scales technically are not supposed to do that. But it's supposed to look like a window into them, so you can't really see the beginning or the end. Because that's the only thing that kind of sort of makes sense to me. That means I now have to very, very, very specifically close this off. Yes, I believe we will keep that. It requires a bit more work though, but at least that's a good enough placeholder. Okay. Yeah, hardly. I mean, what dish can be older and more fulfilling and long-lasting than a good stew? Okie dokie. Let's make use of you so you can play that back and I can see what's happening. There we go. There too, of course. For the love of. Hang on, give me a second. Gotta type. First of all, get rid of you. Alright, let's try this again. Next is over there too. Alright. Still like history is over there. Deranged lunatic is over there. Pardon me. Whilst I stream, I am also trying to make sure I properly mod. Cycling for fun hasn't been here in a long time. Okay, that'll work. 540. The heck is that? I don't know what that is. Alright, back to it. I still don't know if that's quite the same spot over there because of her being turned a bit, but it's gotta be something like that. Or it won't quite look even, but should do just enough. So like around here-ish. Oh, I forgot about yelling at park cars. I wish that show wouldn't be on Wednesdays, but I get it. Life demands changes, just as it demands them of me. It demands them of everybody else. Is it like a full V? Yeah, it really is a full V. Erase both of them. I will adjust, just not right now. Well, thank you. It is certainly not what I would consider up on that par, but thank you for that, man. I appreciate that. The trick is don't do so much that you can't ink. If you're going to embark on such a journey, make sure you can actually put ink over it at the end of it. Which I have no idea what in the world that'll look like, but it will at least show up clearer on the camera. And I have to go between both of these companies because depending on the line that I will try to do, one will work out better than the other. Sometimes this shows up as more black, sometimes this does. That doesn't make sense to me, but I gotta deal with it. So that's where I'm be. I gotta live with it as it is and as it comes. Alright. I think the problem I'm having with this side is that I keep trying to set the size without it, because before, I set this line, right? And then I started to do this stuff. Well, she says she's live, and yet she's not. Yeah, so it's a good point that I should probably darken those. Alright, let me do that. Let's do that. But yeah, that honestly is how it's going for me. I just gotta do it. Because like I said earlier, If I never start, I'll never finish. So let's see if I can hold to what I started to do before by darkening in the proper lines and not the other phantom lines that show up in my head that I don't really, well, that I never drew, because I've done that. I don't know if you've ever done that, but I'll sit there and darken in lines that I didn't draw before when I try to put ink on stuff, and then I'll be wondering, like, wait, what happened here? But then when I remember, things go back to normal. So it's all good. Alright, okay. Alright, so let's keep that. I have to think if I'm going to try to color it, and that is going to be a complete and utter nightmare. But in order to get where I'm trying to get to, and at least get in y'all's neighborhood, I have to learn how to manage all four of those things. I need pencils, and I need inks, I need colors, and I need shadows. Okay, looks like Nina finally began and she went live. But I can still see her on the other portion of the screen, so I don't have to stop my stream. I can do both. I can't, but I have to. Okay. Gotta be careful with this thing. Sometimes the lead on this, I probably should show you the size of it. Yeah, it's about that size. If you can see that, that's what I usually have to work with. And I'll take it down to almost a nub, but for some reason, the way that these things were designed, after it gets to somewhere around where it is now, it won't properly grip the lead anymore. So I gotta deal with that too. Talk about a first world problem. But hey, I'm happy to have it, because I'm doing something that frankly makes me happy, even though it also scares me all at once. I didn't know how much I wanted to do this before, but I'll keep at it as much as I possibly can. So that's the other reason I still don't have like a steady day or time that I can stream. It's just whenever I got it, because I'm also having the thumbnail limitation and the scheduling limitation. So it's just basically whenever I can, I'll go on. And this is the first one that I've done at non-vampire hours. Because the ones that I've done them usually mostly after Nina and Tomby have finished their Baldur's Gate 3 streams, which they just started moments ago. Okay. And you know what? In the end, I didn't angle them down. I was planning to angle them, make it more like that. But I think this will actually wind up being better for it, especially when I try to pretend to put shadows on this at some point, which is not today. Don't even think about that. I'm not even gonna try that now. Not today. But whenever we can call the pencils like flats done, then I think I can try to do that. Oh yeah, you did tell me you got something there. Yes. Yes, but if it's anything like this stuff, yeah, I love those. I love those. I even have a. Well, this was for later when I got to learn the color better. But let me grab this real quick. Did something wrong there, but I can't fix it now. I'll fix it later. So, I even got a couple of these. So I couldn't buy them in stores here. I got them from Japan. They're both Pentels. They're both basically in the same school of things. But this will let you sort of pick the color that you want. So it is a coloring pencil, but it's, as you can see, the size of that lead. That's the blue. I think these are probably like 2mm. And somewhere up here, you select which refill to use. So now, oh wait. I think you have to set it all the way back. And I think then something else comes down. Dang it. Alright, I forgot how to work this stupid thing, but that's what both of these are. They're both, see that, if you could read that. So there's the Pentel insignia, which you don't have enough light for, but it's multi-8. And this one's kind of the same way. But anyway, at some point when I can color physically again, I plan on using them both. Okay. Alright, so one more of these here. I should probably erase that. Oh, so you have, yeah, I'm left with basically Michael's, but I do also have a Hobby Lobby that I can get to. They're like, or things like 35 minutes, 40 minutes away. But I used to have Michael's and AC Moore, and I could always get better deals at AC Moore than Michael's. But there were certain things that I had to go to Michael's because they only carry certain sketch pads I could only get there. For some reason, AC Moore would run out of those particular sizes very quickly. Are we doing this? Yeah, I'm doing this. So a little more erasing that has to be done. Yeah, there's a Hobby Lobby down by that Michael's now. Even though AC Moore is gone. And I mean, gone. Ooh. I've always wanted to learn how to use those. I've never bought them because I'm just like, yeah, no, I can't do this now. There's no way I have the time. I gotta learn how to actually draw first before I can figure out color theory. But yeah, they are nifty. I certainly hope to get to use them well. Someday coming up soon. Now here, I don't know here. I'm having a mind problem. Nope, did I lose it again? Where'd it go? The black eraser is always hiding from me. Oh, look where it was hiding. I'm looking for this, and it was here the entire time. I've got to stop doing that. Put things back where you mean to put them, which is not here. Not here, because here you'll lose track of it and then you'll waste time looking for it. Like I just did. Don't do that. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out if I should divide this set of straps from this. Because this is supposed to show up more. These will show up more in the front, whereas those will kind of be, attached to them behind them. So I don't know if I should wind up making them a separate color. Like keep these black and make these white. Something like that. You know what? I think so. Let's do it. Let's attach them like the white ones go into the seam of the black ones. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. So these will be black, and these will be over these, because these are going into them, but not quite in the same way. Okay. Sorry, planning colors live is not conducive to anything. Oh, I think that said somebody else subscribed. Not expecting that, but okay. Yeah, I know. I don't have one of those around me anymore. I used to be able to go to the art stores downtown when I lived in Philly, but now I live in I'm like 2 hours away from Philly, more or less, and it's about 2 hours away from the Appalachian Mountain Range. So up here, there's not much of anything you can call a proper art store, even though technically it's down here, because I'm further south of Philadelphia toward Delaware. But yeah, my art store is basically Hobby Lobby and Michael's. So to get to a proper art store, I have to either shop online, which I cannot do because I do not have money right now, because I still need still looking for work. Or it would be online or those two. And Hobby Lobby is good for something quick, but they kind of have. It looks like they're making a deal with somebody for their Sketchfest because they don't really carry a ton of what everybody else does. It's like they got Sketchpads at Hobby Lobby that I don't see at Michael's, but they don't always have the sizes that I've been looking for. Now, fortunately for me, I've been a bit of a gathering ant, if you will, for what I knew was coming to be my winter. I didn't know this is how it was going to be, but I've been sort of stockpiling art supplies for years. If I see if they had a deal, if they had a sale, especially on those 18 by 24 ones, so I got about 10 of them off in portfolio thingies. Because I knew someday I was going to need to draw that big, but as such, it has continued. And so now I actually have with which to draw. Like this sketchpad here, I bought 5 of these on sale at a Utrecht store in downtown Philly in 2012. The next size down of this, which I think was 11 by 14, same company, same sketchpad. Oh, wait, hang on, I can show you. You guys know these people, because you guys probably have some of theirs. These folks. Oh wait, you can't quite see the other. Yeah, so I got these 10 years ago. And then the next size down of them, which I think is 11 by 14. I bought 5 of them on sale in like 2007. And I wouldn't draw in them because, in my own mind, I'm like, I'm not good enough to draw anything in here yet. I'm not. I'm going to get better. And when I do, then I'll draw stuff in these sketch pads. But I figure if I buy them now, I won't have to pay a ton of money for them later. And so that's kind of how it worked out. Ah, dude. Megatron, I am so jealous and hate you right now. No, I'm just kidding. I don't hate you. I'm not even jealous. I'm glad you are stored up. You got good places for supplies. It should be like that in more places, but unfortunately it's bad. Like, who really has it bad is Makini's friend. What's the guy's phone? What's that fella's name? He's the one that draws Dynamite Girl. Because I think he has to drive like 50 miles to even see City, let alone find an art store. So he has to do a lot of his shopping online. He can't see his stuff before he can get there. I think it's Jeremiah. Jeremiah? Oh my gosh. Clearly I haven't been to his Instagram in a while. I need to get over there. Yes, one of these days I'll catch up to you people in these Copics. That situation, I need to get on that. But, well, like I said, I'm still trying to work my way back to being able to color physically. Because I just have not, man, it's been years. It's been years. I think the last time I did it was probably like 2003. It may have been before that. But it was a long time ago. Yeah, that's the one that I usually have. Like the one that I make that I did all of the Rainbow Brights on. That's a 9x12. See the difference. So there's which one was this? I think this was Shiny Violet. So this this is what I've been working on most of the time, and that is. This is a sketch pad I got from Walmart in 2015. Because I saw these from this company and they had the hard plastic cover. And I was surprised. I'm like, what? I mean, they were actually made in 2013, but I don't think I got hold of it till 15. And that's been, I think this is 9x12. Yeah, this is 9x12. So that's what I've been working off of. Pretty much for everything that I've done in Instagram. Like, this is where all of them have been. Oh, wait, I'm not supposed to show that. Tom will get angry. There, you've seen that. You've seen those. There's the Dynamite Girl that I did. But yeah, that's the size I normally work with, other than... Where are these? This. And this is clearly smaller. This is same company, same hardcover. It's it says 9x6, but it feels like a 9x7. I don't know if they just misprinted that or if I'm mismeasuring. Oh, and these are the villain chicks I was doing against that Infinite Hope character that I was trying to do for Nina. So. Trying to do those and trying to get that going. That has not been easy. But yeah, and yeah, 8.5 by 11-inch paper. If it's loose paper, that's most of the paper that I have. It's basically copy paper. It's just a sheet of copy paper. So I'd drawn outside here, outside this room in my hallway, because I've lost my bookshelf. I just have all of my binders full of drawings that I've done since I got to this country, basically. So there's like 30 years worth and like 20 binders or so, and that's all on 8x11 paper. I don't know how many of them there are, but I basically bought like a ton of those, the sheet protectors, the plastic ones, and I would just stick the drawings in there. And then a couple of years ago, I went through them all. Northern Jeremiah, thank you, man. That's the fella. That's the guy. And a couple of years ago, I went through them all after I got this laptop that I'm actually doing this on, because that's where they are. And I scanned every single one of them in digital and labeled them all so I could be able to access them and break them off into wherever I want to use characters here and there. And basically I broke them up by story and by book of where I intend for them to be. And, you know, after I redraw them, for the most part, because I'm going to try to use every single silly thing I ever came up with from back then to now. Well, actually, I'll show you. I was just making one for a fantasy setting with a creature that I had to basically come up with on the spot, because I came up with the character and I'm like, well, she should have her steed if she's supposed to be whatever mighty warrior wandering lands. So I have no idea what that thing is, but I wrote down some facts about it. It's got 3 horns. It's amphibious. It's got a long lizard tail. It's about 5 times as strong and as fast as a regular horse, but that's basically what she'll be riding. The inspiration for it, oddly enough, came from one of those Figma things for a character named Ignis, but I forget what game she's from. And then I just thought, oh, well, we'll just make it this way and this way, and then I can make it some other Shining Warrior, because she'll do a thing where her skin will glow from the sun, and it'll be weird, and I'll figure the rest of it out later. But I started to draw that, and I still don't completely know what she looks like, but I gotta get somewhere somehow, right? But yeah, now this one, ultimately, 14 by 17. And yeah, Megatron, the 11 by 17, I don't think I ever actually have done anything on 11 by 17, but because I think in my mind I can't until I can actually draw a comic page. And that's why I'm actually going to try to do that on this sketch pad, but the drawing, well, let's just flip it back. No, I can't, because I don't even remember which one it is. I have to count away from them. Yeah, 11. Oh, that's where I have that thing. I completely forgot. Hang on a second. Bring that up here. I have to keep these things close by. This is the 11 by 14 that I've been working with. This particular monster. Now I did this in it, and I don't even remember when I bought it, but I did that in it in 2014, and then I copied it and tried to smush it onto 8.5 by 11 paper, and I tried to ink it from there, but I've never actually finished. It was supposed to be like Dark Phoenix as she was blowing up planets, but I just couldn't quite get it down. However, this is where I started to draw. I guess this is a couple of years ago now at this point. Ow, come on, flip over. So this is where I was doing the Rosetta's challenge with she wanted us to try to do pinups, and I said, all right, I'll join. So I was doing those there, and as you can see, this is definitely not quite the same size. This is the last one I actually got to decide to put ink on. I thought I shared these in that chat, but I haven't had much access to it, so I don't know if y'all ever got to see those. But I remember putting them up there. Now, with that, I also went and did... I can show you those, Megatron, now that I actually have this here and I'm actually on the stream. But yeah, now there actually are 5 more of those that I started, of those pinups, but it's just I ran into essentially a talent wall and I just could not see my way through them. But I think that might finally start to change soon. Oh, you're right. You did well. I mean, it's not like you didn't really leave him out because he's in the group shot. And for the standalone ones, you're really just doing the girls. So I don't know. But that could work. I think that could work. Yeah, I actually have two sketch pads of 11 by 17 paper. It's the Bristol board and everything. And I haven't touched them because I said I'm not going to do this until I can do my first book. And when I can do that, that's when I will do this. Now, this is specifically for Megatron. Remember ArtDoll? As you can see, I never forgot. I just sort of hit a wall and I couldn't get completely past them. This one I got mostly done, but I never did any sort of background work on it. And it's not very Bruce Timmish. So that's why I wound up being multiple ones. I couldn't just put it down on one thing of paper. So that's why there's this. And here's the second one where I'm trying to do it more Bruce Timm style. So in this, the roles are reversed, but Batman is still getting screwed because it's the Scarecrow. I don't even know how well you can actually see that. Now the third one, there is where I've run into serious trouble. Hang on. These pages are hard to turn on this book. This book is very heavy. I don't know why. It's only 100 pages. The other ones are as much. So this one, I'm still kind of stuck at the pencils because this is actually what I'm trying to do is to Tim that first cover where Scarecrow's got Batman hanging off of a cliff. And it's got some very, at least for me and my talent level, tricky angles. So it's been a little bit difficult to get that down. Obviously, I started drawing this one in June of 22. Oh, Lord have mercy. It's taking a long time, but yeah, that's where they are. So I promise you, I haven't forgotten, and I will turn in my homework as soon as I can finally finish it. This last of these things in this 11 by 17 is a complete hodgepodge of a mess of things. I can't show you the other thing where I actually tried to color it, but this is me mocking up the Dix Division folks as the Cyberpunk 2077 cover for the anime, or at least the promotional poster. So I got Comics Division here, I have Sir Talks a Lot over here, there's Nick Weiser, and I don't know if you can really see this very well, but that would be Culture Casino. That would be Tom as Bat Tom from Midnight's Edge. You got Toxic Man Flu up here, you got Brahma Bull over here, there's Scott, excuse me, Sporkin' News Podcast, there's Mad, that would be Mrs. Flu, there's the Legion of Memers Code, and then there's some other cyberpunk crap around here. But this is my primary example of biting off more than you can chew, because I had no business trying to do this. I couldn't draw any of the stuff on here, but you know what? It was one of those things where it was just like, if you don't start, you're never going to finish. And I literally started it just over a year ago on the 22nd of September, on 2022. It wasn't even until February of this year that I think I finally got through enough of it on Photoshop to be able to do like a color test, and it was nightmarish, but then I couldn't do anything on it for like 6 months till like maybe a month ago, and then I finally got some of that done, And so it is enough now where I actually can color it, but I have to do it properly. But it is finally clean. I drew everything else in that was supposed to be. I changed the stuff on Toxic Man Flu that needed to be. Whew. So it's got something like a draw meme. It's my own challenge for myself. And this was really annoying to draw, but really fun to draw at the same time too. So waiting to finally finish that, get that in colors, and then hopefully the Legion of Memers will be able to fix it. And that's as far as I got on 11 by 17 work anyway. Alright, let me close this up and put it back. Yeah, whenever you're doing that is when things like to fall, so I'll fix them later. For now, let us continue. Whoops. Re-angle. Oh, thank you, Megatron. Thank you. Yes, Matt, we're both behind on homework in that effect. Definitely behind. Oh, hey, Darren. I'm over here hanging out while I'm minding both of their streams. Yeah, I got both of them up on the monitor here, so I'm minding them as much as a bit. This is something I needed to learn to try to do, but there are many mods, so it's helping me try to get used to this because I should definitely use up time better and get work done while I'm doing it instead of going live after, because then I can leave it to do some of that other annoying work that I have to do in the lighter piece of the night. But yeah, hope you had a good day, man. Glad you're joining in. And I know you're popping in over there, but you're more than welcome over here too. Like I said, the more and more I figure this out, maybe at some point I'll even get to actually stream with them and play whatever they're playing with them. But for now, this is an idea that Mads introduced to me, not even 24 hours ago, and then I just thought, well, I just have to try this. I have to. And so here I am, trying to stream at non-vampire hours. For a change. Oh yeah, I was darkening these, I forgot. It is for those who actually can see far enough ahead to plan. I'm not there yet, but trust me, I'm definitely heading there. Thumbnail sketches are very useful once you know what you're doing. What's his face? Alexopoulos lives by them. I don't know if you know George Alexopoulos. He is currently drawing, well, and I think he's in the inking. No, he's still finishing penciling some stages, and he started inking the early pages of Ghost of the Badlands for Razor Fist. And yeah, that's something he says, yeah, I gotta do those. He had all of those done before, like long before they even put up that campaign. Thumbnail sketches are very, very handy. That's something I very much would like to learn to do, but there are still many a fundamental that I have yet to learn, so I gotta keep hacking at that. Yeah, pretty much. Onward and forward, exactly, Darren. We are all in this together. Well, you got even more stuff to do than I do, man. So yeah, you have many things to get done, and you have Chibi Bear to mind after too. Gotta make sure she's ready to run, good to go, and all that. Geez, I completely forgot I was darkening this, but all right. Let's get back to it. I thought I was going to go very short on this, but since other things have not presented themselves, I'm going to keep going. Oh, what is that? Oh, it's just eraser clippings. Okay. Pardon that. That's the sound of my bones. I have to do that from time to time or I'll actually turn into paint, and I don't need that. That will only make it harder to draw. And that's the last thing I need right now, for sure. Actually, it would, but that's not a bad idea. Just work on it while on streams for a whole month, and you might be able to just finish it that way. One thing that I found after I got the rest of the stuff, got some help from some folks, and I was able to start it, is that like as I was drawing, I think I started on like this, probably the 8th or 9th one of the Rainbow Bright Lanterns. And even though I technically had already started them, I got work done on them faster while just streaming it than I would have if I would have just been sitting here trying to do it, because a bunch of other things would have been calling my attention, and I'm like, oh, well, I gotta go do this, this, and this, and then it would have taken me days to do that versus just doing it over a few streams. Sounds like a plan, man. Sounds like a plan. I will do my best to hold up the wall. If at all possible, I'll try to... I think maybe this Saturday I can try to do one that'll go into Megatrons. Possibly. I don't know yet. I was trying to do it last week and it just did not work out. Wasn't in the cards. But yeah. I'm going to do my best to hold down the fort however possible, however able. Oh yeah, I got to turn them now. I got to turn them. Oh man. Why is this so hard? Come on. It's not that difficult. But for me it is. Hold it. If you could only see how terribly I'm having to turn my head to try to make this happen. Shouldn't have to do that to draw. Okay. Okay, I think that's sufficiently darkened in for the right side. Oh, you're gonna put her in it? Do you even have the space? I don't know if you have space. Well, look, if you got a way to do it, make it happen. If you gotta make the space, make the space. But yeah, if you can, yeah, go ahead, get Silky in there, cause why not? Yes, it does, man. It really does. But the thing about it is, that for me, I've had the sound like Rice Krispies since I was about 12. When it comes to that, I don't know why, but that's just the way it worked out. That's been a long while for me. If I use use that other black I used on the rainbow bread, I might be able to make that look slightly see-through. I gotta remember that now. Okay. Okay, let's erase some more of this. I feel like a lot more of this should be done for the amount of time I've spent doing it, but I have to remember, this is me, I still gotta get used to it. Alright, so scale here, scale here. Gotta try to remember to round them off. And make it look like they're folding into the monokini thing, or strap, instead of worrying about trying to actually cap them off. Yeah, one of these mornings I have to try to catch up with Monkey. I know not everybody's awake when he's doing those. I used to be, but things have changed again. Okay. It's starting to work a bit. I think I need some more eraser power. Oh yeah, that's true. You could have Bumblebee in that too, Megatron. I forget. I didn't even think of. Shame upon me. I completely forgot to even think of her. Oh, this is the wrong one. It's this one. I have to use these things all the way up. Waste not, want not, and all that. I'll leave it here this time, because I think I'll actually remember. Sounds like Ian so forth has arrived. This is about the same size as the other ones, isn't it? Now I'm not sure. This is not good. Is this around the time? Yeah, this is around here. We gotta start turning them. Put that back. Nope. This way. There. Okay. Back to it. Alright, it's turning. They're turning. They are turning. Oh, that's true. Oh, and good. I'm glad you got to finish Megatron. That's good stuff. But that being the case, Crafty would work. And I think this has to be slightly wider. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Just get it. Oh, that's a new craze. Every chat is trying to get their host to play that Party Animals game. I saw it. It does look... Well, you can't do that with like kids around, though. That's not good. But it's not a bad game. Okay. Okie dokie. Alright, over that. Finally got something going on these scales down here. Okay. That's a little better. At least because now I can see them. They are both clearly on each side. Problem is I don't know quite how to make them look like they're folding into that. But at least for the most part, it's defined. I can see that, I guess. Cup is always such a pain in the tuchus to get it proper. Especially since Herman's doing that. But okay. Let's erase that nonsense up there. So that can look proper around her neck. Proper-ish, I guess I should say. Now guys, if only I could actually do Thirsty Thursdays, but I got no way to, I can't get that going yet. One way or another, we will drag Machiny back to getting that going. I need to check in with Rosetta too, because I know she's been streaming as best she can, but you know, she's dealing with health issues and everything, and her dad having passed on like that, that's still weighing on her, which would weigh on anyone. Gotta put a proper frame down whenever I figure out this hair. I mean, I guess like, given Granny Goodness's other style, let's say her hair grows a little, you could kind of shape it into a bob that kind of does what the photograph did. Somewhere around, I think her hairline would be around here. don't know. No, that has to already be part of the hair because I can't stretch her face out that much. So we'll have to keep it around here, I think. Even though you're technically not supposed to see that, I need to see it, so I gotta throw it in. And then therein lies the other question. Should I leave the arm up here, put the hair behind it, or throw the hair in front? I don't know. Given how short it's supposed to be, I might be able to get away with just leaving it there and then just drawing it in behind. But I can't make decisions about a hair at this point. We're not there yet. At least it doesn't feel like it. That's sufficient forehead. Well, we shall see. We shall see. No, Vance is right. There'll be more than enough volunteers for Granny's cookies. That's just the way they're gonna be. If only I could see it, Megatron. If only I could see it. Alright, let me at least log into this thing before all this goes away. Should be enough of them by now. Alright, good. Okay, this I think I can leave alone for the most part. I will try to put some shadows in later. Oh, I can give you an example of that. Of me trying to do this. Hang on. Early on in this book. It was for the RIPA campaign. Okay. Here's... Here's a character I was working on where I tried to do just that. To put in a little bit. And it was literally just that, just around her bust, around her glove, and around her thighs, where I tried to put a little bit of shadow in with just the ink alone. She's kind of like a frog kind of character, but more on that later. I did 2 of them. So here I tried it a little bit more, even around her wrist. It didn't quite work out, but like I said, if I don't start, I'll never finish. So, I tried it. It didn't work on the paper, but I kind of sort of fixed it in Photoshop, sort of. But yeah, that's what I mean by me and shadows. We just do not get along. Not yet. Not yet, but I'm working on it. It's not a simple relationship to foster, but I am working on it. And I lost the backing. Where did it go? Oh, it's right here. Okay. Oh, I moved this. Feels like I did. No, I didn't. Alright, anyway. You ship Beast Boy and Raven? I guess that makes more sense. Because I know some people that used to ship Cyborg and Raven. I'm like, nah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Is it meant? I don't know. I can tell you, I don't think that they bother with me because I don't really have much of what you would call a following. I can't even do stuff steadily enough for them to be able to point at. ArtStation did hit 2 of my things. 2 of the things I posted were like, it's titillating or something. So I'm sure they'll do the same for this. If I put it up there, I think I better wait for that particular post. But I probably will put it there once it's done. I know that site does let you predetermine Like, hey, listen, this one's, this is not for the kiddies, so make sure you don't put it on their feeds. And I appreciate that. I don't know who I really like as a DC couple. I guess for me, it's probably the steadiest one, which is Clark and Lois, because that's the rock the rest of them were built on, basically. At least as far as DC is concerned. Not that there aren't other couples. Okay, yeah, it does take this one. Okay, this shouldn't look even, I just realized, because I'm supposed to be showing more of the left hip. So I'm gonna have to pull those back. Oh shoot. But yeah, that's the solid rock. Yeah, he really is. He really is. That's why him and Bumblebee make more sense. And she isn't even that old of a character, really. Oh, you mean as far as that? No, you're right, Matt. That's true. Because at least they're not digging into the private conversations. Like, we don't want you to share this with other people, like they used to do on Twitter. I don't know if they do it anymore, but I can't really do much of the DMing on Twitter these days for this month, most of this year, really. So I don't know what's going on down there. Yeah, Ali and Dinah is probably my second. Now, the thing is, I only got the John and Shira thing during animated because that was, I think, Dwayne McDuffie who said, hey, let's do this. Let's try this. But hey, look, for me, the DCAU, that is a separate other Earth continuity. It really does. It really does kick in that way. So I like John and Shira a lot. Like, that couple is almost as good as Lois and Clark. Almost, for me. Jinx and Cyborg is an interesting thing to play with, but he's only going to wind up getting hurt in the end. So that's kind of why I don't really mess with those. But Ali and Dinah, that is an absolutely solid couple that Greg Berlanti didn't understand how to actually deal with properly on that show. God, I'm not going to start ranting and raving about that now, but that was annoying. If you're gonna do Black Canary, do Black Canary. Black Canary is not jumpsuit. Black Canary is fishnets and One Piece. That's not difficult. Black Canary, the only other character that has an easier costume to design or do or whatever would be Zatanna, because she literally is wearing a girl's tuxedo that ends in a one piece. Yeah, well, it is. It's leotard. It's a leotard with like tuxedo parts. And a top hat. Like, that's not that difficult. One piece with fishnets. You just have to make them out of a different material so that they last long enough for you to get shots in while she's beating the crap out of people. That's Black Canary. Oh, and the jacket. I think you should keep the jacket. She's not wearing thigh highs or any of that. She's got boots on with fishnets. That can withstand damage. It's not that difficult. But Berlanti apparently doesn't understand that. But anyway, that's over now. We're not going to start rehashing things. Let me see. Now that I got that, I have to do this more or less. And that should appear slightly closer, I think. Okay. Okay, I think this will get a weightable width for now. I have no idea what the rest of this madness is going to look like on the inside, but I figure there should be some of the scaling on both parts of the monokini leotard thing ish that I'm trying to do here. Okay, let's at least set this, which I don't think I did before, right? Let's get some Mocash. And back up here. Still keep these lines in because I'm still not 100% sure of how that's gonna go. But I know on the photo it kind of does this. And that line is good. I want to keep that line. Yeah, I like the Bruce and Diana thing too. I actually liked it so much, I started to make a fanfic out of that, and I would like to draw that someday. but it would be like an Elseworlds, because I in order to do it, to make that story happen, I have to have something major happen that's not supposed to happen in the mainline universe. No, you're not biased. That's not a bias. Those are the ones you like. There's nothing wrong with that. Those are ones that you they come to mind, you remember, because they made that good of an impression on you. I mean, it is very much like Bruce and Diana. Like, I actually like that a lot, because ultimately, as long as she's going to live, it makes sense for her to have other people with her. There's something Ken Jack Ben pointed out to me the other day, because I didn't read the Crisis on Infinite Earths of the early 2000s, because they did 0 Hour or whatever in the like mid 90s, and that was technically a crisis, even though they didn't call it one. And I read the one before that, but I never read the 2000s one. And in there, they actually have a story where Thor calls Superman and Wonder Woman to fight for Asgard, and they have to spend like 200-300 years there, and it gets to the point where they're both you can actually see them like somewhat age or whatever. It was let me see if I had it down. It was Action Comics something. What the heck was it? Hang on, let me get it. Not Kingdom Come. Not the radioactive sick. What the heck was it? Oh, here we go. It's in this one. Okay. Come on, load. Okay. Superman, it's Action Comics 761. And the cover is him, basically holding up one of those gray demons that they're fighting. Wonder Woman's holding an axe, and all that he's got left to wear on top is like part of his cape, and you can see the yellow part of it over his chest. But basically, in that story, Superman and Wonder Woman are around for a much longer time, and it gets to the point where she basically, they know each other a long time, and they're certainly friendly, and by then both Steve Trevor and Lois are long dead, and she makes a pass at him, and he says, basically, he being true to himself, he says, I appreciate it, and even though she's gone, I'm sorry, I can't. And she doesn't, no hard feelings, because she knows the type of guy that he is. Superman is a literal one. He's not going for anybody else. Doesn't matter the level of attraction or anything else, or how well he knows them. Like, anybody that knows Superman knows it's Lois or nothing. And after Lois is gone, he's just not going to take on anyone else. It's just not him. He won't do it. And I don't begrudge him that either. I know, but the thing is, you have to do something that approaches that look, or if not, then it's not Black Canary. I mean, it's a one piece. it's I mean, it depends on where you cut it. You can cut it to come in under the cheek, or you can cut it to go over it like you're actually supposed to. But that's what she has. It's a one piece with the fishnets attached, and she has the boots with the steel toes, and I think steel heels, because, you know, it's got to hurt more. Black Canary, after all, as advanced as a fighter as she is a human woman. Just like Batman is a human man, so there's only so much you can do. But they gotta do it. Like, if you're gonna do Black Canary, it can't be a jumpsuit. Like you don't have. If you're going to be true to the thing, you do not have time for censors. You know what you're trying to put out there is going to be generally all ages, and some women are going to look sexy. That happens in people with that superhero physique. So people are just gonna have to get over it and move on. That's just because you got to do it right. You got to do it right. Well, clearly it wasn't modern Aqualad Megatron, or he would be with some dude. So clearly that's not what happened there. Oh, that's great. Dude, I hope you treasure that thing. That's fantastic. Yeah, Megatron says, I had Susan Eisenberg sign a print of Diana kissing Bruce in the Justice League cartoon from the show. I don't know if it's a print or a cell, but whatever that is, treasure that. I would love to get, I very specifically would love to have the both, have had the both of them sign that, if I could get hold of that cell. That was the second thought I had after I saw that for the first time when it aired, believe it or not. Hey, I ain't judging Diana for it at all. There's no issues. I mean, it's been it's a long time that passed. Like, it was like 200-300 years that passed before she actually even got the nerve up to go approach him about it. But all I'm saying is that was the actual way it should have been handled, because that's who Superman is. That's who Clark is. That's who Kal-El is. And that sucks for Diana. It really does. But that's him. He just it would for him it would just be betrayal. He can't do that. He just can't do that. But yeah, no. I listen. There's no judgment and nothing like that toward her. You can't blame her. I mean, you have the specimen like right there. You gotta try it. It's been 200 years. You think maybe I can take a shot? Maybe I can catch him on an off day. But when it comes to that, he really doesn't have one. So that's why, while it's fine that they did it, I'm glad they did it right. And a lot of people think that makes Superman a boring character, that he's that way. And those people don't understand what it means. A lot of those folks, oh, Lord have mercy, they just, and anytime they see anything that's remotely good, they just need to automatically corrupt it. Well, what if he were evil? Well, what if he would have slapped her instead? Well, why is this what you want to see this character do? And I just don't get those people. Well, yeah, of course. That's the whole point of why superheroes look the way they look. They are in constant action, especially the militarily trained people. But people like Superman and Wonder Woman, they're essentially sculpted that way, to be that way from jump. And Batman has to train, like everything that Batman does is training, even while he's on the jump, to keep his body in the way that it is. Like, he is peak physical condition. Now, he's not peak martial artist, which is why Lady Shiva can still beat him every once in a while. But that whole thing still doesn't make complete sense to me, but it's fine. I like her as a character too. Oh, drop the eraser. Let's get it back. Okay. I am literally arriving at the definition of crazy. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take both of them down here. Okay, I think we got enough of the shaping. I got to figure out what to do with this. Because I don't know yet. I mean, according to that, all of this is going to have to be mesh somehow, some way. And I think I could still do that. I just haven't figured out what to do. I have to figure out a design. Because I can't do that one. I don't know how to do that. I just don't know how to do that. So I gotta work on it. Wait, okay. Alright. This thing finally charged enough where I can get away with these. Is that right? I thought I was aiming it wrong. Alright, nope, it works. It works just fine. Need to take a progress shot or two. Okay. Oops. Alright, that's done. Okay, I think that's probably about as far as I'm gonna try to go. But let me at least get a couple more hits in. So I just realized I haven't eaten yet and I need to do that. Oh, nice. Very nice. I didn't know you had one of those. Signed by Kevin Conroy. What a thing to have. You would expect that, but I like it. Exactly, because they want heroes to be as nihilistic as they are. They can't understand that there is something better than them. A lot of those people can't accept that Superman is just better than they are. When they look upon themselves and they see the choices that they've made in their lives, they just can't deal with someone having done it better. I mean, it's not like he's perfect, but he is the good guy. Like, that's literally what he is. Some people want to derogatorily refer to him as a Boy Scout. And it's fine. I think Superman wears that as a badge of honor. So the thing is, they can call him that all they want, but they still look up to the Boy Scout because they know that's the standard. He is the standard, and he would be so for Diana too. So that's why you can't blame the woman for wanting a slice of cake. That's what it would be for 200 years having to deal with that. Like, her mom explained the things to her. She gets it. But yeah, it's just so sad. Like, you should be cheering for good. You don't cheer for the bad guys. That doesn't make you cool. But there are people who do actually think that way. That aren't necessarily in Hollywood, by the way. I know some of them. Oh, you were using it just for a post? I got you. Well, unfortunately, I took it a bit more literally, so that's why I'm kind of like stuck here. So I'm already this far in, so I might as well, keep it rolling. Yeah, I like the Doom Patrol. I think they've been very, very misused over the years. And that show wasn't that good, but it had good moments in it. Oh, I'll see. Okay, well, look, it's fine. You have something unique that I don't think anybody else will ever have. And you don't get to catch him at as many conventions because now the other people running them are against, all of the good voices from from us growing up. Yeah, nothing wrong with Boy Scouts. Like I said, it is derogatorily used against him, but he wears it as a badge of honor. I mean, they had him do as much in the animated cartoon a few times, let alone Justice League. Yeah, Superman versus the Elite. That's one of my favorites. It just didn't use my favorite. Well, not even necessarily, just not necessarily my favorite art style, but I really like that movie. I like how it was written, and I do like how it looks, but I like the style on some of the other ones a little bit more. But Superman versus the Elite is definitely one of the best ones that's there. Granny, oh my goodness, we'll save that. I'm gonna write that down right now. That's excellent. You're really good at that, Mats. Now, I know you say that you're bad at coming up with hashtags, but what you just did is exactly that. So, when you try to post this, use that as it too. Just do hashtag and no spaces, and just do granny, capitalize the beginnings of each one. So it would be granny, O with the H, my with a big M, and then goodness. That's a hashtag right there. Granny, oh my goodness. And you can do like, oh my, like, what's his face? George Takei. It should literally be said that way. I don't know if this shoulder is right or not, but I'm going to have to live with it. That's pretty good. Yeah, Public Enemies I really like the art style in there. But I also really like I don't think they did sufficient justice to Darwin Cook's art in the that really classic one they did that I can't remember the name of, but yeah, both of those have some of my favorite art styles in them because at least they tried to redo. But Darwin Cook's art is not easy to animate. It really isn't. Yeah, because the Boy Scout isn't just coming home to you, he'll take you with him. Yeah. Granny Goodies is good too. Granny Goodies is good too, Bugatron. That is also a worthy hashtag, which I also need to write down. Alright. Granny. Alright. So whenever I get to actually putting this up, we'll use both of those. Especially Granny, oh my goodness. Maybe that's what you should call the challenge. Just call the challenge the Granny, oh my goodness challenge. I'll try to change that for the next time I get to put this up. But I'll be watching it anyway. If at all possible, I will try to do that tomorrow. If not tomorrow, I will do my darndest to do it sometime Saturday. Prayerfully earlier on during the day. And then Sunday I'll probably have to go back to Vampire Hours. If I get to stream at all. Thank you. Justice League New Frontier. I really do like that one. That's a fun one. They kind of just sort of tried to stream down the Bruce Timm style, which looked really weird, but that's kind of how they made their attempt to get at the Darwin Cook style of art, which I don't think was correct, but it still resulted in something cool looking. Oh, thank you for the laughter, Matt. I felt like that was more of a dad joke than anything, but still. If it works, it works. forget that she had that. They stopped doing that. Like, they'll still give it to her, but I'm gonna put this on. Because she's supposed to have, like high thighs, like thigh high or bicep high sleeves on her arms that have like some of the dark side stuff coming around on it, and they stop right around her head. So I'll keep it in, and I just got to figure out how to make all of that. Those lines do all of that weird circuitry sort of thing that Jack Kirby used to do. So yeah, we'll keep it. We'll keep it. We'll make that happen. What was the other thing? I just saw something else. Yeah, I needed that. That book became hard to get after I realized that it existed. It's very annoying because I want that. I really want that book. And I need the Jack Kirby one too, like because of the quote unquote artist size or the mega size ones. Because they really blow up their art really nicely. It doesn't look pixelated or weird. It just looks right. Yes. His vision for superheroes is what should have been made in the movies. That's what would have worked. Because he knows that they're supposed to be cheese, but they're supposed to be wonder, and that combined with the cheese is what makes the stuff so fun to watch. So that's who I would have preferred that they would have gone with. But it's DC. They do silly things. Because the thing is, the studio heads do not ever understand or remember that superheroes are supposed to be that way, that it's accessible to everyone, not to just a few people. You can't just mute colors on everyone and pretend. Like, that's the first of the rules that Bryan Singer broke with X-Men. And I know a lot of people accepted it and whatever, but I never could. I hate those X-Men movies from the costumes on. They're all black, and I hate that. They're all not supposed to look the same. They have their own uniforms for their own choosing. And half of them wear the ones that Professor X came up with in the first place. They just have different stylings of them. There was no reason they couldn't just do that and base it off of the Jim Lee ones, because he's the one that made it the easiest for people to do. Like, when he did that thing for Rogue, where that was just basically an X-Men costume with the leather jacket, boom! Best thing ever. That is the look of Rogue. That's the one that they went with for the cartoon, for crying out loud. So there was no reason for Bryan Singer to come along and say, well, let's make him all black. Yeah, that'll look cool. Friggin' moron. I really, really dislike that man. And I know a lot of people accepted it and it was fine for them, but I hate those all black suits. I hate them with the undying passion of a million bursting supernovas. That's how much I hate what they did there. Not to mention what he did to Storm, who is my favorite X-Man. Golly. I'm not going to go down that road. Ugh. My head will explode. Yeah, no, I know. No. And look, I'll go right there with you. With Mandy. Because she needs to be repaired. She really does. That design as it was, which is just basically Mariko Hasek, I forget her last name. But that design is not right for what they were doing for that character. They didn't explain her well, and they made her come off. You know what? Here's what it is about Mandy. Because it's not just the way that they screwed up her look. Because it's not like she has to be skinny. She doesn't have to be a waif. It's not any of that. But what it is they gave her essentially a personality that's worse than Damien's. It's horrible. I think that, more than anything, turned people off. Because I read that whole book, and that's all I kept thinking. I'm like, oh, this is just... This is like a female Damian Wayne. She just isn't quite as, but she's more smarmy. So she's not so much insulting as she is obnoxiously smarmy and just know-it-all. It's awful. They shouldn't have done that to that character. They were going to do that. First things first, they already had a daughter between her and Tim Drake, so they could have at least made her a younger sister. But they didn't do that. They just, because these people don't read anything that came before them. Anything that came before them isn't worth it. But yes, the OMG challenge is good. Actually, that makes it even better. The OMG challenge. You know what? If you just call it the OMG challenge, you can get away with it on your stream. That's the way to go. So, OMG challenge. Because if you call it that, then you two can't say jack diddle squat about the title. Like, oh no, that's suggestive, that's going to cause trouble and blah, 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 blah. No, they can't do that. If you just call it the OMG challenge, that's fine. So that's what I'll do for next time when I'm drawing some more. That's a great idea. Oh yeah, Art Germ, man, I love that. That's what the AI stuff rips off more than anyone. They rip him off, Arthur Adams, what's the other one? There's a couple of manga artists' styles that you can see in a lot of those AI drawings, but yeah. Stanley the Art Germ Lau, I love that guy's stuff. He did one of those DC portfolio books that they got me for Christmas last year. And it looks great. It looks fan-freaking-tastic. So you gotta take a look in there. Yeah, superheroes, you can make serious stories that even a kid can pick up. And that's the way you're supposed to pick it up. Like anybody of any age should be able to pick up this book, read it, and enjoy it. I mean, except for whatever, they might have particularities or what have you, but generally you should make your stories with superheroes so that anyone can just read them and have fun. That's how it should be. If you have a particular thing, like you want to make darker stuff like started to appear in the 90s, fine, you can specify that and do that, but that can't be the whole of it. You can't say that now all superheroes have to be like this. You can't do that. And yes, that is correct. That was not Rogue. That wasn't Jean. That also wasn't Famke Janssen's fault. If they actually put Famke Janssen in Jean's proper outfits from when she was, I think, because she was the original Miss Marvel. So from back then, and they would have, all you need to do for an X-Men movie is you just need the original 5 and Magneto. Have that fight, establish the actual origin and beginning. No Wolverine, no Storm, no Colossus, no giant size X772 X-Men at all. None of them. No, I think it was giant size number 1. Yeah, I wish I had that issue. But yeah, no, you just need to start with the original 5 and then go from there. And you can introduce them as they come per other film or what have you, so you can actually give each character their proper time. Just like with DC. You give Superman a trilogy of movies, you give Batman a trilogy, you give Wonder Woman a trilogy, and everybody else you can just give them one. Because you can do Green Lantern in one movie, and from there, you can just tell stories about everybody in the Corps. Like you could do a Green Lantern movie about Orissa not being anywhere near Earth, while other things are happening on Earth. But these idiots, they don't get that. Everybody wants to run around acting like Kevin Feige is the godsend of everything, but he did it, the stuff that Kevin Feige actually did once he took over is Phase 4. He didn't do anything leading up to even the ending of Phase 3, because all of that was already planned and was already done. That wasn't him. He was Phase 4. Phase 4 was a bore, a complete disaster. Phase 5 is going even worse. And supposedly now they're trying to wrap things up so that they can reboot with Secret Wars. And I don't think it's going to work, because they're going to recast and they're going to still do modern day bull crap. So I just am not terribly excited these days.
Now see, yeah, for me, Storm is my favorite, but I like all of them. Like, I like all the X-Men in general. It's a great group of characters. It's what X-Men, the X-Men part of it, of My Hero Academia, is what makes it so likable for so many people. Because there's people of all kinds with different superpowers who look in all sort of ways. Like, in that world, there's no Morlocks because they don't care if you look like an alien or like an insect or like whatever. You just have a power, use it for good or evil. There you go. Design complete. Yeah, I agree. Mandy's design was definitely like, because that's why they literally took Mariko. I think it was Mariko Hase. I can't remember her freaking last name, but that looks like her when she was at a bit more. Because like by the time that book came out, she already looked smaller than that. So they just took that and put it down because they were trying to get people angry. Because that's the people who are there at DC now, plus the people who just want to keep their heads down and keep their jobs. Which, you know, that is what it is. Like, you know, I can't really call that one way or the other. I'm not in that situation. Damien is a complete turd. That's all he is. Damien is a turd that is below Amber Turd. That is how much I despise that character. I don't want him at all anywhere in anything. Yeah, you don't need any more Robins after Tim Drake. But I don't mind the spoiler being Robin for a little bit. But after that, it's done. There's no one else that needs to be created as Robin. Like, the Bat family is essentially complete. And yeah, I don't mind the Signal and Batwing or whatever the heck it was. I think that was a Fox child. But yeah, like Tim Drake, that's the future Batman. You're done. You are done. You know, when you look at it a certain way, you think maybe Marvel actually was a little bit darker than DC, like back in the 70s. But it's not so much in that way. It's just that they're more, you know, street level. Plus, that's when Frank Miller started changing characters over there, and then he went to do it at DC. Yeah, Rogue Gambit Rogue and Gambit, that's another staple couple. That's a thing of stability. There are others who wanted to ship Magneto and Rogue because of the what the heck was that? Not Alpha Flight. Hang on. It was called The Age of Apocalypse. So Rogue was with Magneto in The Age of Apocalypse, and I just, okay, that's fine, but that's not a thing. That's not a real thing. The real thing is Scott and Jean, Gambit, and Rogue. In Storm, you never really can put her down with him because she was dating Forge in the 80s, and that actually was a pretty fun couple. But it is more fun to have her be with Black Panther. And do you know why they divorced them? Is because they didn't know what else to do with them. So those morons at Marvel remain morons forever. That should have been Storm's final coupling, because it adds conflicts that you can deal with there with actually making her the queen, and then you can actually talk about Storm's tribe and all the stuff that happens whenever another little girl shows up with white hair and blue eyes, because you know what's coming. Oh my God, man! Listen, look, listen. I'm holding that coffee mug full of tears with you. Except mine all steamed away from the rage, the utter rage. That wasn't even Bryan Singer. I think he just got producer credit on that. I forget the director that it was, but it was somebody that's actually normally good at things. But The Last Stand, God, I hate that movie. I don't have the ways to describe how much I hate that movie. I would still watch either Justice League film that came, whether it's Whedon or Snyder, before this stupid Last Stand. I hate that movie so much. There are not enough streams for me to fully express my loathe and despising of that movie. I can't even remember everything that happened anymore. Because I needed to spare myself a few neurons to be able to use to draw. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I'm gonna try that. All of them. Yeah, even Azrael, because that's good conflict too. And the thing, and that's a lot. See, those last two names right there. Most people aren't even aware of them, and everybody forgets. Kate and Betty, not the gay one, the actual one. Herdes, the first actual Batgirl, and I get it. Look, Barbara's Batgirl for everyone. That's everybody's favorite Batgirl, and she should be. She is the best. But when they turned her into Oracle, they should have kept her that way and not put the computer chip in her back. Because that was, and even though that wasn't a mainline thing, they should have kept Barbara as Oracle. They should have let me see who it was going to be. Well, it's Cassandra after, technically, and then it was Stephanie, because she was both Robin and Batgirl, which is weird. They've never had anybody that's been both of those. But that was also not at Batman's behest, because he was not interested in Spoiler becoming a Robin, let alone a Batgirl. But eventually they had Bruce capitulate. I don't even remember how that happened, but I don't know. I don't know about that whole thing. I like the Spoiler, and I think I would have preferred that if she were going to join the Bat family, that she would have done so as the Spoiler. She didn't need to become a Bat person in order to be that. Okay, fair enough, Mads. That movie is a rage movie for me as well. So yeah, no. So a cup of steam, will hold watching that. I don't think I can ever watch that movie again. I'm still visibly angry and shaking and full of rage at that movie. I think the only thing that made me almost that mad was the Bryan Singer Superman movie, in which he turned Superman into a damn stalker and a deadbeat dad, all in one scene and sentence. I hate that guy. I think that's true. I do despise Bryan Singer. Listen, I would rather have had Nick Cage Superman movie that was supposed to happen rather than the Brandon Routh one, because if the Brandon Routh one was going to be by Bryan Singer, I'd rather have Brandon Routh be Superman at a later date before Henry Cavill and not under Bryan Singer. And I would rather have had at the time the Nick Cage one, because it would have been what's his face that did Batman '89, and believe it or not, I apologize for the spoiler, but he actually had Keaton convinced to do a cameo, literally swinging in to save Nick Cage as Superman from, I think he was actually going to use Brainiac in that movie, because John Peters or whatever was finally going to get his giant spider, which he later got in Wild Wild West, so thank God that didn't happen. But I would rather have had that movie than the stupidity that Bryan Singer delivered. Absolutely, bar none. Oh yeah, that's right. They did let Earth 2 Batgirl. It finally happened in the main universe, because originally, that was Earth 2, because Batman and Selina Kyle actually had a daughter, and that was Helena, and she became the Huntress. But then they made the Huntress for here, and they made one. Once they had all the splits, then they could make the Huntress anywhere. But just on Earth 2, she's Batman's daughter with Catwoman. Oh, those were the days. I completely forgot. No Man's Land was good. I need to read that. I don't have all the issues. I don't have all the floppies, and I don't have the trade paperback, but I need to get that. Yes, Vince. Thank you for putting that into ether. Now they're going to do it. And since they are, then I might as well read it. Matt says, give it time. At this rate, we'll see a male-born Robin become Batgirl. I mean, we almost just saw Max Visaggio get herself drawn in by Derek Robertson, of all people, as freaking Superboy being a trans girl. Oh, what fun that would have been. Yeah, no, I did too. I'm not saying it was bad. I'm just saying I would still like for her to, even as Batgirl now, I would like for her to become the spoiler again. And keep the spoiler. Like, I was Batgirl for a bit, and then they can let someone else be Batgirl, because now we're done with Robins. Look, after Tim Drake, you cannot beat that. Chuck Dixon won. He won, okay? He beat everybody, because he made Tim Drake. And Tim Drake is the future Batman. Period. Can't beat that. I'd almost rather Jason Todd not really have come back, but it's cool to see him running around with certain things, but it's like we already have like the Punisher, you already have Deathstroke, you already have people that do that. Someone like that in the Bat family doesn't really work. But I would rather have Jason Todd back than have Damian at all. So I will make that clear. Vehemently. Yes, it is. It's a pain to find the trades, let alone the floppies. And that was a brief period I had where I actually had started to be able to buy comic books again 20 years ago. But I couldn't get all of them. Actually, yeah, what am I talking about? Yeah, Cass can just come back and be Batgirl. Boom, done. That's the final Batgirl. But they need to, but I need Betty in there at the top of that totem pole, though. And they won't do that, and that drives me crazy. Because that's the original Batwoman and Batgirl. That it was Bruce's cousin. Was it cousin? Yeah. Bruce's cousin and niece. Although I don't think they were mother and daughter. I think she was a niece to her, too. But I can't remember exactly. But yeah. Batgirl was originally quite blonde. Not a ginger. But then the second Batgirl is the one that everybody likes. And frankly, for good reason. This go now. So yeah, I just want things to be nice and normal like they're supposed to be. I don't like all this forgotten character stuff. Look, keep Ambush Bug as a regular thing around. You should, because that character is there, and if they don't, they're going to lose their rights to him too, like everybody else. Since this is supposed to stick out a little, I gotta do a little shadow. A little bit of shadow around the in and outsides here. So I think I'm gonna do that. I think I am. So let me go ahead and okay, everybody's still going good. Everybody's good. Fantastic. So yeah, I think we'll do some. There should be a little bit of shadow for this, because this should be slightly above it. So there will be like enough room for you to see a shadow until right around here. And that, of course, will just be on the inside, nothing on the outside. Alright, we'll figure it out later, but at least now I'll remember that it's there. that line, push it back. That line go away. That line push it back. And erase all of this. Okay. Oh, well, look, as long as you have it where you can read the story, that's the important part. It's always nice to have all of the OG floppies and stuff, but can't always do that. It's not always gettable. For me, this stuff was barely gettable back then, let alone now. Hold on. I forgot to leave this on. I need to turn this off. Stop it. Okay. Alright, it's 20 to 8 now, Eastern time. So I'm gonna try to go to 9 my time. So we'll do another hour 20 because we got this far. And the old tummy is starting to rumble. I was so amped to try this that I forgot to eat before I turned the stream on. Believe it or not, I meant to start this at like noon because I thought I might be able to get up by then with everything else I had going. But I had to stay up a little bit later last night than I was hoping, so noon did not work out. Alright, oh, I forgot. I wanted to key this in too. Yeah, let's get the scaling done here. My God. You know, it's so fun when you get to like, oh wow, I'm trying something really new. This is interesting. But then you forget the part where later you have to go deal with ink on top of that and find some way to make light fall on it properly, let alone the color. So that's going to be a nightmare, but I'm looking forward to it. All right. Let's go, you people. Look, it's all fun and games until you remember what else you have to do after it's done. It's like, no, this is not it. You have other things. There are other things that go here. And I assure you, I am going to try to put ink on this, and I hope to not completely screw it up and destroy it. But I am going to try. Except I might use some of these pens up on it. Because, like, to do this... I did it again. Hang on. It's going to have to be at least this size. I don't know if you can actually read that. But, yeah. All of these lines, all of this outside, they're going to have to be at least this big. And that's big. Look at this thing. And that one's drying, so one of the other things I've done of late is when I've been able to make it, well, I can't, obviously I haven't been able to do it recently, but the past couple of, probably maybe about 14 months or so, when I have been able to go to Michael's, because they do not have this at Hobby Lobby, which I'm very annoyed about, is that I will, I'll grab a, whether it's these people or these people, either one of them, if I find a 12 or a 1.0, I'll just buy the separate ones, because it won't do to just have all the ones from the set, because you're gonna run out of the stuff that you use the most. And since I usually draw much smaller than this, I needed to have those. But those, when I use them, I tend to use them up very hard, and they tend to dry up a lot. So. Okay, but at least for the most part, I got the placeholder in for this thing. Now there is, what do you call it there? Now there is, or R, I should say. Oh no, there is scaling on both sides. So at least we got those in. A beast of burden, perhaps. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. I appreciate it. This has honestly been fun. I really thank you for inspiring me to do this and the Rainbow Bright Lanterns, because I've learned quite a few things in just taking on both of those projects. And I finally made it through all 10 of them. I'm still in a bit of shock about that. I managed to get through at least the intended amount, but towards the end, I had the idea of, let me do this. So, I think I was still sort of being coy about it. But basically, all I'm going to try to do is I'm going to do 5 more pages of the Rainbow Bright Lanterns, where it'll just be 2 covers with logos or whatever. I don't know what I'm going to do for the villains, but I'll do a cover with the heroes, which is all 10 of them. And then I'll do not all 10 of them, 9 of them, because obviously Murky and Lurky are not good guys. But then I'll do a cover that looks like if you've ever seen the cover for Blackest Night with all 7 of them on there, I'm going to try to do that, but with the Rainbow Bright villains, and all of them, of course, is Black Lanterns. So that'll be 2. I'll try to do 2 covers, and then I'm going to try to do 3 pages of panels, and to go from. I'll probably have to. It probably won't be the very beginning of the story. I'll have to do maybe 2 panels and then say, and then this happened, and I'll just catch it up to the fighting, because I want to actually try to use the ones that I made to chibi off of yours, but to see them making constructs. And I got a bunch of reference for that to do that way, but that's going to be really hard, and I need to post all those together. So that's more other reason I'm glad that you introduced me to this, because that way I'll have other things to do in the meantime. I'll try to do those on stream too, but I definitely want to do that, and I don't want to post them separately. I want them to all be done at once so I can put them up at the same time, which will not be with the other ones, clearly. But the next one in the book where I was doing them is the humanizer thing. And that's also where I had the gene theory thing I was going to do. I know she's going from the internet, but I'll throw it up there anyway. And then I have one I was going to do based on you, fan art for you, because you're the other one that I'm missing, other than Megatrons, whom I also have to finish. But we're getting there. I made that list in 2020, and I still haven't caught up to it, but we're getting there. At least I made it through all the Rainbow Lanterns, so that at least is in line with what that was. Oh, then I probably should do. That's when you do yours, make sure you include this in the background. I'm going to have to do it this way because I don't know how to do typing things, but make this one of those, what is it, DIY DTIY things. So you can see if other people want to try it, and we can post it with the one that you had and with the ones that we finished. So I will tag you on this for certain. I'm just drawing a hashtag here. Dagnam, I'm gonna have to put this somewhere on there. Oh god, writing. Drawing in writing is a nightmare for me. But there is a book for that too that I have not gotten to. It even has calligraphy. Okay. Do it. Okay, so DIY. Do the. Oh, I remember what the acronym was now. Duh. Let's do this in your own style. So DTIYOS. DTIYOS. Do this in your own style. And then we'll put OMG challenge. Oh, my watch. Lost the slap on there. Let me put that back. Oh man, I love Big Barda. That's another one of my favorite characters. I had this thing where I wanted to draw her with Wonder Woman and with Supergirl. And I've just never been able to pull it off. It drives me nuts. But at some point. Yeah, all the Furies really, but you could do it like when Barda would have been leading them because, Granny did train her. And then she broke away with Miracle Man. And you can always throw him in upside down somewhere in the background for a larf. Yeah, yep, I got Prisma. I still have Prismacolor markers that are not dry that I got for a birthday. It was either a birthday or Christmas gift like in the early 90s. I love those things. Prismacolor is still a really fun brand. And I like Artist Loft stuff too. I got this is an Artist Loft ruler. This ridiculous thing here. It's hard to read it, but I promise it really is. Yeah, that's an Artist Loft one. I like their stuff too. It's nice and affordable, and it really gets the job done pretty well most of the time. Yeah, my backlog is stupid for stuff that I want to draw, and that is not including the stories I want to tell, which is very hard on me because it's like how am I going to actually climb this stupid mountain? But I have to. It's the way you keep yourself moving. Artists are like sharks. You can't stop learning and you can't stop drawing, or you die. You don't want that. Nobody wants that. Artists can't stop learning and they can't stop. Just like humans really can't stop learning. We share that with sharks. Or, you stop learning, you stop moving as a human, essentially. And, you can't do that. Oh, yeah. You gotta do the Fembutts, gotta do the Dixie Girls, you gotta do all the Stunticons. Yeah, that's where I am. Look. Shadiversity expressed it incorrectly, but I understand where he's coming from. He said it wrong, but he wasn't wrong. I don't mind you using that as a tool for yourself because, what it would cost him to hire someone to just try it so he can dictate ideas from his head about it to just sort of draw sketches and come up with the final thing. That's not within the realm of use. Now, AI art, perfectly fine as a tool, so long as it's not feeding from anybody else's work but yours. That's where it kind of runs into a bit of a rock and a hard place, but that's the deal. You can't, that's my thing about AI art, because if it's using anybody's stuff that ain't yours, then that's the wrong way to go. That's not what you ought to do with that. So that's why I don't really roll with it. Like I would even use it if it's something I could do to make it take stuff and make off of my own style. But usually on those websites, I will click on the thing where it says, do not use this as part of AI art gathering. But I'm sure they still do it anyway. Well, that one, the Mario, the Nintendo stuff, and the Disney stuff, you still share with Machini, and I actually have my own of those that I wanted to do. But it wasn't with those that I wanted to mix it. I can't remember, but I wrote it down in that notepad file. Dude, you know what I had to do about that? I had to get more. So now, I have stencils. And I have rulers, because I used to lose them all the time. And I even have my little fake T-square thingy. See, these are the people before Artist Loft. It's it literally, the brand is see-through. Like, they make rulers like that. You'll see them in your art store, Megatron, for sure. So that's what I had to do about that problem. But in the end, I do kind of like the see-through rulers more. They do make my life slightly easier to live. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, that's kind of what it wound up happening with. Oh, that I did not have. I do not have that from high school. I have a Garfield ruler from when I was like 12 years old that I still have around and I still use from time to time, but I'm afraid to break it, so I don't break it out very often. Yeah, of course. They're tools. You can't draw with a ruler. You draw with a pencil. But you are a human being, not a machine, so you can't be expected to just draw straight lines exactly. Or straight circles, which is why you need things like stencils from time to time. For crying out loud, Van Sciver uses, I see him using French curves all the time still. I still don't know how to use that, even though I watch him do it. I don't know how to use that tool, but I see its clear use. Oh yeah, I mean that was a good peach. Folks was loving that peach on Twitter too. Yes, it does. It brings everyone to the art. Everyone. Well, Matt, I don't even have to repeat it. That says it all right there. You said it all with that one right then and there. Let's see, so there should be 2 more lines of stuff. Designery things. That should end like right around there. You know, or make it circles or X's or what have you. I don't know what I'll do, but I just need a quick placeholder. Everybody should show a bit of a twist here because she kind of is doing that. It's weird, but she is doing it, so let us edit. Yeah, that hair is killing me. I don't know how I'm gonna even try to approach it. I really don't. Which is why I'm not gonna do it now. Yeah, see, Megatron, I understand that sentence, but I can't push it out to practice, like not in practicality. So I have French curves sitting right over there, but I don't know how to use them yet. So when I get around to that, I'm sure one of those blasted books will have that as a tool in there. But when I get there, then I can finally join the club. very prestigious I know how to use French curves club, because I still don't know. Oh man, good times. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. This is really helping me get along with this thing on this stream. Yeah, it's kind of hard to argue when it's already been labeled. Like, what the heck? Come on. I think this one actually is 18 inches too. Hang on, let's see. 3450. Yeah, this is also, this one is an 18-inch one. But I like the, you see how you can see perfectly through it? I like that you have basically a graph in there, because it's easier for me to be able to tell, oh, I went this far with this, I went this far on that side, or I went this far over here. Or like if I needed to turn it around, I know exactly how many, like it has that many more little divots in it so I can see all the divisions. And if I want to do it the British way, well, here's centimeters, so on and so forth. Yes, they are. They are not. You can't just throw them on and expect it to do its thing. You have to. That's like rulers, French curves, and things of that nature. They're like bucking broncos. If you don't break them in first, they're not going to do for you what you need them to. So you got to learn how to use them proper. Like, there is one where she kind of has horns in her hair. She has horns, but they're kind of done kind of like a cowlick would be. I kind of wouldn't mind doing that, because she kind of, you know, she is that level of evil. But it would be difficult to do with this, I think. I'll leave it in for now just so I don't forget it. If I can get away with it in the end, I'll leave them in and I'll fix them. But if not, I'll just erase them. That's what erasers are for, after all. Oh, you're hold on, you have an 18-inch ruler, but it's thinner than this? I mean, how do you even oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Okay. This is actually 24, but was it something more along the lines of this, man? How it goes over the, because this one's 18, this one's 24. And this one is thinner than that, but I like the wide base of this, because it's like you can put your fingers there and be able to measure and do stuff as you need to, and not smudge everything everywhere like I usually do. Where's the little one? Let's put these things back. Oh, the chair fell. Yeah, okay, that's better. Where's the pencil? All right, let's get you off the screen. Done. Yeah, so I might keep those in her hair if I can figure out how to do it. Oh yeah, I think I have seen that one that you used to measure. Okay, I get it. I see. Oh, I have some of those too, Megatron, actually. They're not quite here because they're in my... Those I still have in the supply chest. Because I'm like, I know I'm not going to be able to learn how to do this anytime soon. Yeah. I want to at least get one for my mom so she could actually be able to use it for that. But those things are... They can be quite handy. Oh, really? I missed it. I didn't get to see it. Or at least I don't remember it off the top of my head where it was left. Really? Okay. I think we can get rid of you. And you. Yeah, exactly. That's the way I treat stencils pretty much. If I see something that sparks an idea of mine that I can write down later, or it's just something that looks like an interesting shape, it's like, okay, save this for later. So just kind of buy it on the spot if you can. So that's kind of how I've done with those. So I've got a few of them lying about. Oh, that line. Okay, sorry, I didn't understand. Yeah, I guess it was. I didn't even realize I did that. It's just my head tries to go for the center of the paper. Oh, jeez. I have some of those restaurants, but you know what, Megatron? There's a site that you can actually go. I think it actually literally is stencils.com, where you can go there and get open source or no copyright stencils for all manner of stuff like that you can just print, and then you can stick them on the backboard, glue them on backboard, and use them as stencils that way. Cardboard or any other really thing that you find around. But I think it actually is just stencils.com or .net or something like that. But it's just stuff you can use. Because I remember going there to look for some stuff that I wanted to try to find for certain things I wanted to try to make. It's been a while though. Sorry about that. I think anybody want to deal with that coughing? Oh my gosh. I need water. Ugh. Okay. Oh, those are good. Those are good. Yeah, I'm okay now. That's just the old lungs decided to remind me they're there. It happens. But that was one of the things that was also keeping me from even bothering to try to stream at first. But thank the good Lord, a lot of that isn't happening as much as it used to. But sometimes, like a burp will come through in such a weird way, and it'll come through with a cough, and I'm just like, I need a mute button. But I don't even know if it worked, so I apologize. Y'all had to hear that if you did. Golly, I don't know what to do there. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, there has to be some shadow for this too. Not much. Not much. But there has to be some. Oh, shoot. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you were not having to be partial to that. But it kind of sounded like it came through. Like, ah, crap, it didn't work. So that's why I was apologizing. And if you can possibly avert it, never burp and cough together. It's unpleasant. I didn't even think it was possible. But it just happened and it was not fun. Okay. I guess to show that there, I have to put a little tiny bit of shadow there. Cleaning up in all these little areas. Good point. Yes, better out than in, and definitely not good brown. And I didn't know that was possible either. But apparently my body decided to tell me that, hey, by the way, this is a thing. But it is a most unpleasant thing, so I don't recommend it. If you feel warning of it, stop it at all costs by getting it out of you. And hopefully without having to hit a mute button on the way. Hopefully. You will not be at that point of things. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. That's a better way to pretend that there was shadow there. Just do it at those little beveled corners and edges. Okay. That will do. Yeah, because the thing is, when your body is trying to expel things, you should really listen to it. Problem is, it doesn't exactly choose the most opportune times to do that, whatever it is. And it also doesn't choose always to let them out logically one after the other. More like how Mr. Burns just has everything clogged in one space and all the diseases can't get through, and that's how it wants to do things to you, which totally sucks. But there we be. Okay. I keep trying to avoid the thing, but I gotta do it. I don't want to. Gotta figure out this hair. I can't figure this out yet. I don't know quite which way to go. It's like they do kind of want to keep some of those little designs and make it meshy and whatever, but golly, that's difficult. Jeez whiz. There be. But hey, what can you do? It happens. People seem to be afraid of them. I don't get that, but I'm certainly not. It's just, they're there. They're a part of human anatomy. They're not there for you to be ashamed of them if yours happen to be larger or smaller. It's not a thing. I mean, that's the way that it should be with the other parts of the male anatomy too, but society will never work. But just as good for the gander as the goose doesn't always work
in positive connotation. So what can you do? There we go. This much. This actually looks about right now. Definitely needed to rein that in. Okay. Okay. Eyes closed or open. I think we'll give them. That I can't not do her lips the way she has her lips, all particularly strangely darkened. Something else is starting, but I don't know what it is. Yes, that is why they're boobies. And this is the month for boobies. So I think your brain was in line with the month when you thought of this. So we need to make it happen. Oh my goodness. Well, I haven't looked at that really. I don't think. I have to go, because I don't really understand the YouTube studio. I don't get that stuff, but I know that's where you can get like these stats and whatnot, so I don't really know. I wouldn't even really accept that there would be such a stat for any of my streams, because my streams are just random nonsense still. Except for when I was trying to do the ring. Well, even then, just before I actually had to borrow this microphone here, they just all look terrible. That all gets, the picture just gets grainy and awful. The audio gets choppy. Everything is just bad. But since I borrowed this thing, things have actually improved, I have to say. Hold on, because she has like really high sticklery kind of eyebrows. Somewhat evil, some would say. Somewhat evil looking. Weird, because that's something I always used to do to eyebrows, but really weren't supposed to. Heck, it wasn't until like maybe this year that I started actually drawing films either. So it's kind of a new thing for me. Oh, that sizing is off. Alright, I'll just push it back a little bit. Closed eyes is not really a thing I very much or often do.
know she's got a sort of witchly, sort of haggardly kind of nose. I don't know, that's not right yet, but I needed to put something in there. And obviously, this has to go. Well, it doesn't just get intimidating, it also gets almost impossible to find a proper bra once you start getting into your like G's and F's, I's and J's and all this. Actually, even at like, I think even at F cup, women have difficulty with that because, you know, most of these quote unquote fashion houses or what have you, they are not thinking about that size of woman. There just aren't. I mean, if you look at them, the literal skinny, tiny little waifs, it's unreal. This way, I go down this way. Okay. We are getting there, folks. We are getting there. But I tell you, do not eat the bugs. Don't do it. I need a couple of progress shots. Okay, there's the filter I was missing. Come here. I need to see. No close-ups, no close-ups. There, let's keep going. I would say I can only imagine. I just can't imagine personally, but yeah, that is not a fun crawl through the mall, through any store really. There shouldn't be such an obnoxious, stupid stigma on that. Like, it happens. You can't control that. If anything, you should make it easier for black folks to enjoy it. If anything at all. But since it doesn't happen as often, then also not as many fashion houses like to do it. But it's more so than they want to admit. But it's like a fashion house, like as evil as they are, Balenciaga, or even the old Couture, and what the frick, I forget what the other chick's name is, even the Chanel's. Like the girls in there were literal skinny little waifs, where you could put men's clothing on them and it wouldn't matter. They had no curves at all. And that is not how fashion should be based. That's stupid. That's why when Victoria's Secret started doing the angels line and that type of wear like that, I was like, okay, now this makes more sense. You need to have a line in there for women who have more curves, because that is more common than not. Even then, it's like when you used to see models like in the Sears catalog and all this other one, men and women, they didn't look like they do now. Half the time they were fit one way or the other, at least with the women. And then with the men, usually you could tell they worked out a little bit more. Okay, so that's for your pregnancy. Well, I guess that would have to have been to be expected. But yeah, it's nonetheless difficult for women to deal with that. That is not an easy thing. Oh, her eyebrows are supposed to be a little bit thicker, aren't they? All right, hang on, let me do that. Another thing, I don't think I've ever drawn a character with particularly thick eyebrows either. Something, Jack Show's coming on too. I'll actually have to finish a bit before then so I can eat something. Alright. Yeah. It's a start. I didn't think I was going to be trying to draw the face, but I'm still trying to dance away from these parts that I don't want to deal with yet because I don't know what to do there at all. Not at all. I mean, not one iota. I'm like, I don't know where to go here, but I gotta go somewhere. I'm just not going to figure it out today. That's okay. That is okay. Oh, I can make a little bit of arrow around the muscle here. I could get away with that. Okie dokie. Yeah, that's the one thing with Victoria. It's like Victoria's Secret technically is a specialty shop because they don't carry larger sizes. That's why I'm not against the Targets and Walmarts to get those companies to make those, but it's because for them, that they think that they're not going to sell as much if they make it for those sizes. They did. What would you call it? I don't even know if I could call it a try, but it's just when they did this obnoxious Megan Rapinoe thing, they also balled up like women's other sizes in there. Like you just think that for some reason women don't want to look feminine or pretty. Like that has nothing to do with bra sizes. Like if you made better bra sizes and panty sizes available for the stuff that you make, then you would make more money. But don't make your models look like Megan Rapinoe. That is a costly mistake. It's so costly they finally notice the millions of dollars that they have been losing. So they just, I don't know if you saw, but yeah, Victoria's Secret just announced that they are bringing the sexy back. Angels are coming back. All the good stuff is coming back. Back to normal the way it should be. All they need to do is just make bigger sizes available, because look, the whole thing about this is not always a problem that you can solve with exercise. For some people who are larger, that is completely medical and they just can't do anything about it. Some people, they have other issues that are contributing factors to that you can't get around. But in the meantime, if you got to be up there, while you got to be up there, however long that is, there's no reason you too shouldn't get to feel sexy about you, especially if you got someone who's helping along at home to do that. So, that's all they really got to do. They just have to increase their available sizes, and they'll be fine. They'll be making good money. And I know some people say, well, it's Victoria's Secret. This is a special level. And I'm like, no. If you got it, you should be able to do it. Basically, like. But that's what. Well, you're welcome. But I mean that. Like it's not as black and white an issue as some people like to make it out to be. 'Cause look, I'm very much into that for fairness and for others being able to take part in it. Not with everything, of course, but for things like that, yes, because that's just. It's not like it doesn't make you more money if you do make it available to others. Like you shouldn't have unless you literally are a specialty shop for that specialty thing because you're within the thing of this realm of modeling. There's no reason that any woman shouldn't be able to walk into a Victoria's Secret and find something she likes at any size. Like I'm okay with body positivity as what it was, not as what it was hijacked to become. Because body positivity turned into Lizzo is the standard of beauty, and that is just not real. You're not healthy. You can be healthy at just about any size, but not at Lizzo's. Because think about it. Lizzo does those concerts, she does those videos, she does all that stuff, and she's constantly jumping around. You know, the world's fattest woman playing the world's skinniest instrument, which is also weird. She's very talented, flute player, by the way. She's good for that. But what must she need to consume in order to keep her weight that high? Like, why would you do that to yourself? With the amount of money that woman has had, she should have already been able to get herself back down to tone and fit. Like, I get anybody wanting to stand out and be special, but you don't want to do it that way. Because there's no way she's well. I know I'm not, and I'm only about 50 pounds. What is it, 50? Yeah, I guess about 50, 60 pounds overweight at this point. Because I'm down from the 335. I'm down to like 220s. Yeah, 220s. I want to make it into the 170s and then perhaps rebuild from there if needed. But at least to get the spare tire off. But yeah, with things like that's my problem with the body positivity movement, is that it's no longer that. They took it over and they just made it worse. Yes, absolutely. If you get to walk into a Victoria's Secret and you buy something that makes you feel good, whether you're wearing it for someone or not, that can also spark other parts of your brain of endorphins that say, hey, you know, if I can actually get this. I can actually get this to be a more of a time thing. I gotta find time for the gym. I gotta find time for this. I gotta find time for that. And then you do. Some people do that way because they actually run into something that makes them feel good, and that reminds them that this is possible. You can get, like, if it is for you, because you don't have it medically looming on you like a sword of Damocles, you can actually get that ideal weight. And all because you got to try this pair of whatever on that actually didn't make you feel awful about yourself. How about that? How about them apples? Oh, I don't know PCOS. I don't know if I'm reading that right because the chat is far away from my eyes. but well, yes, that would be where medical would come into mind. But I'm afraid I don't quite remember that right off the top of my head. I think her top lip is a little bit thinner or something. I don't know. I just know something different was going on there. Okay.
But yeah, ultimately, that's just not the way that it should be, but unfortunately is. Whoops. Silly camera. That's not the position for you. Okay. Let's see what else I can do here. Because it's coming up on the time. You remember that's there. Oh, okay. I see. Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. I clearly missed that had a name, but I didn't have the better. But yeah, I have read on that. That is a more than obnoxious, if not literally heartbreaking thing to have to deal with. No fun whatsoever. But yeah, that's just that's my take on that. It's like you can do it, so just don't be a jerk to them. I think if we make a little fake buttons that are the same color as whatever that's gonna be, and here, that'll draw some fun attention to it. So I'm gonna put those there for now. We will figure them out later. Indeed. I be with you. Till I know what's going to be on this side, I don't know what I'm going to do over here. But it's going to probably be meshing like this. I just have to figure out the placement of it. Because it may mean I have to change the shape of this stuff across here. But I gotta figure it out still. And I was thinking potentially. She doesn't really wear a bun, but. God, I do not know how to make that fall. I just realized I've done this here, so I better do this too. She doesn't use it, but just in case we get some shadow situations going, I'll leave those pair of lines up there. Your ear should probably be a bit more pointy. Just a bit. I still don't really know how to draw ears. I don't understand what the heck is really happening back there. Alright. Let's bite the bullet and get to here. Now you don't really see her wrist bone like you could see mine.
Let me see those things. Look at those knobbers sticking out that way. That's not how she has hers. Alright, but where am I going to cut off the sleeve? I think I should have it go onto her hand. Okay. Oh, yeah, she has done it like that in other ones. So, yeah, so we'll do that. We'll have the sleeves start here and here. And then our hand will still extend out, which because of the way that I drew this is not going to be quite like the model. I'm going to have to, because you can only really see like 3 fingers on hers, but I probably have to draw 4 at least, more than likely. Alright, but yep, let's do the arm. What is this? The left arm. Pose was good too. I've never even tried to draw poses like this before either, I don't think. So I'm learning all over. I almost feel like I might have made her a bit too muscular. Because the shoulder is going to be broad. Alright, so what if we do it this way? No, I can't because you're supposed to see more of it than you can on the other side. So that dog won't come here. But it's fine. That means at least we can do a little bit of this to pretend that I know anything about light or musculature. And then, let me see the, hold on, there's like a more Kirby-esque one up here. I'm going to have to actually download these later, but and me doing this is not in anyone's particular style, really. I'm not even sure I can call it my own. The finger is too thin. It has to be thicker. Because she is supposed to have kind of large hands. Like almost man hands. Almost. That's what our whole terrible visitors thing was all about. And yes, I know this is a pitiful effort, but you'll have to forgive it as I long from being able to properly draw hands on anyone. About 1,000 years too early, but hey, look, it's one of those things I'm working on. You wouldn't believe what hands looked like for me just 4 or 5 years ago. It's too slow of a process, but at least it's moving. Maybe I can get away with this. Here, make that a cut. That should be a little bit longer. Right. Alright, okay. But not the thumb. I think the thumb you wouldn't really see it. Well, I think if we're putting that fourth mask, but I honestly don't know what that is. I think, because to me, I mean, I know this is going to sound weird, a little deprecating, but to me, I just always kind of felt like I'm not going to have a style until I actually know how to draw. And I just don't feel like I actually know that yet. Until I can at least say I made it through an entire course of the fundamentals of art. I just always felt like I can't really say I have a style to win. And I just realized something. That's not going to be the thing with the shadows. It'll actually be darker in here. Yeah, so I don't know. It just feels like I'm still just sort of plodding along, trying to figure things out as I go along, because I haven't actually made it through a thing, so that I can actually be able to recognize that, okay, I draw this way. This is the way I've sort of settled on it. So that's why I feel like I just haven't made it to be able to say that I really have that yet. You know, like I said, I know it sounds a little deprecating, but I just feel like I haven't earned a style yet. Because I can recognize other artist styles. I can recognize Maki's. I can recognize Megatron's. I can recognize Jim Lee's, Van Skyver's even. I can recognize Derek Roberts' art. And quite a few other ones, even some manga artists. But I can't recognize my own. I don't know if I'm putting that right. Because it's like a lot of the time when I'm drawing something else, it winds up looking different than the last time. So that's why I feel like I haven't really gotten to develop an entire style yet. But you know, it's coming. It's coming. It will come. All the rest of this has. I never would have been able to try this just a little bit of time ago, but here we go. I see. All right, so there's going to be a stop at the wrist, but instead of the wrist, I'm going to push that up to the back of her hand. All right, let's do that. Wait, is that more? Yeah, so we'll do two. So there's one that'll stop here. Right. We'll stop two at the wrist, so to speak. And then the other one should just be running from the side. So that should run along the curvature of everything here. Yeah, I know. Believe it or not, this is me not beating myself up about it. I mean, that's such a prevalent issue that when they did Judd Hirsch did a sitcom on CBS with what was his name? Curtis Fowler? I forget, it was something Fowler. But Fowler was playing an artist, and Hirsch was playing a donut shop owner. They were both in Chicago. Of course, you can see why that show didn't make it, because they didn't really try. And he was playing an artist, and that was one of the episodes that focused on him like being embarrassed and not being able to draw hands. And then by the time this aired, I was just able to laugh at that, because I had gotten over it. Because it was just like I finally settled into, okay, I have a terrible time doing this, but that is because that's just a normal thing for artists. But more than anything, I still have a chance to do better, so I can make repairs to this issue by actually practicing more. And that's one of the things I've been doing. Like I used to do drawing specifically where it was close up enough where I didn't have to draw that much of an extremity. So like the hands and the feet would be cut off, or the hands would be sort of balled up by fist, like fist or something else, where I couldn't just do extensions or mess with the fingers. But trying to get away from that, I think I'm doing a little bit better than I used to when it comes to that sort of a thing. Oh, right, the other arm. Duh. Alright, so that is the side. I don't know how much of this is going to cut. I'm going to have to put the hair behind it, and I don't know how I'm going to do that. I really don't. But that means that then... wait, where does it start? Okay, so then she would have one that will come across here. Start here. And then, oh god, her elbows are twisting. I don't know how to do that. Biting off more than I can chew again, but we'll just have to deal. Because here, there's supposed to be a raising of it on both sides. Let's see if I can pull that off. Not plenty likely. Alright, let's see. So, at this point, it would already be a raised one. I think around here. But the little horn from the hair is covering that up. You know, they do this in manga a lot. But anyway. Okay, back to the shoulder color. Let's go. So that wouldn't cover the whole arm. Let's say sort of cut off here. I don't think I've calculated that properly, but it's a start. Indeed, Megatron fingers are asshole. And yeah, self-deprecating, definitely artist 101. So, what I've tried to do over the years is I've tried to answer that question, if I can even consider myself an artist, is simply just to lean into it and go. So yeah, that's what I want to be. So that's what I call myself. Although that took a particularly long time. Oh, geez, fingers. The fingers in the first of those Batman drawings I was doing Megatron, that was an unending nightmare. Which is why I literally wound up, like the ones on Batman. That's why I literally wound up making them part of the fear effect and making him wonder why his fingers are suddenly so large. It could be like the one moment that Scarecrow got Batman for just a second. Just a second. Is this not going to be the same color? No, it has to be. But I get away with doing it. I think this will make sense, but hang on, let me throw this on here for a little while and see if it stirs the pot. A quick question, does anybody hear any sort of distortion or anything that sounds like a fan or a bunch of or just an annoying, obnoxious sound? I'm just curious. Because I think since I got to the borrowed the mic, I haven't had that as much of an experience. I guess this will be the cutoff for those shows there too. But so I'm hoping that is no longer a thing on these streams. But that's the other reason why, you know, I haven't really been able to even test it, because I haven't been able to find all those on my own. Let alone that. Okay. Other parts of me are starting to get a bit demandy. Mostly the tummy for food and the brain for a break. So I think, yeah, it's what time is it? I think it should almost be about 9 o'clock now. Alright, so I'm going to start cleaning up, doing the last few whatevers so that I can call it soon. And then I think we'll have had our first day of me not screaming as a vampire. And I think it worked out for the most part. If I can only find a way to do this so I could join up Machina in the morning sometimes, that would be fun, but that has not been easy. But trust me, guys, I am really trying to do that. Because, you know, I know because he's been streaming by himself for a while. I know it's been hard for him to get everything back up and running and get the new season going, but with everything else that's still missing, unfortunately, you gotta do something, and I like the movie he made. It's a good move. Alright, so now, since we done that, I'm gonna have to use the fatter eraser as a skinny one, because this is very thick around here, and it's not needed to be per se. Okay, so there we go. My trash can is going to be very happy later when I throw all this in there. Feed the need. Okay. And I promise I will change the name of the stream for next time, so we officially have it as the OMG challenge for the the granny, oh my goodness. Or should it be GOG? No. It'd be GOMG. So it'd be granny, oh my goodness. So we might have to do it as GOMG, but I think that still works. Give it a try. Alright, I'm going to keep those weird vine-like eyebrows, because she does kind of have them in a lot of places, and she's been depicted. At least in most of the places where they try to depict it, they make her like too many of them. They just make her fat and bulbous, and that's not really what that character's supposed to look like. Like, she does have a wide, not super feminine type of face, but it's not fat, if you will. Even though she does have like a second chin or whatever. I don't even think I know how to do one of those. I don't think I've ever tried that. And I gotta get some of the wrinkles in there at some point. For her forehead. But yeah, she doesn't get depicted the way she was originally drawn. So I don't think when Herbie came up with it, that's what they were intending. Like in the animated series, that's pretty good. I wish they would have kept her normal outfit, but the animated series one is pretty good. Her face is pretty good because she's supposed to look that much older, where you almost can't tell. And some places actually make her look a lot younger than they should. the most recent of which was all the Justice League sample drawings. I still like them. I still like that art, but I just don't. I don't think that's correct for granting. This isn't even correct for granting, but it's fun. We're just doing this for fun. This isn't professional. We're not trying to sell this to people as this is the canon version of these characters. You know what I mean. Alright. Oh. Progress. Need a few of them progress. And then once I get this going... Jeez, we need to clip it. Not already. Okay, here we go. Okay. Good. Alright. Let me just do a little bit of fine erasure up around here because finger's not thick enough. Can't do that. She's not translucent for crying out loud. I promise I will stop soon. Just want to try to get some of this erasing done and deal with the lines later, but at least get them set in place. Okay. Exactly. We're bringing sexy back. We're not doing canon. We're just doing fun. Like for example, if you've ever seen the Bishoujo figures that were done for the DC and the Marvel girls, none of those are canon, but they tend to have very close to canon outfits on. The bombshell ones clearly aren't, but they're close to those designs because the bombshells are like a loose Elseworlds thing. So that's fine. That's fun. You gotta have fun with stuff from time to time. So that means that for what the original thing is, you're not going to quote unquote draw it right. Problem is, these fan figures got it they took that out of control and they got out of pocket with it. And that's how we wound up with Max Visaggio trying to do trans Superboy. Jeez. That's still so very annoying. Look, I don't hate on nobody for trying to make $1, but dagnammit, can you please leave my entertainment out of your nonsense, please? I'm begging. Yeah, that looks more right there now. Because that should be dark. And this will be a little bit of light, and then you'll have that because the light is supposed to be coming this way. Which means I'm going to have to make some stuff dark that I don't entirely know that I know how to make dark properly. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Just a little bit more. This will definitely be a line for her arm for sure. Alright, that's dark. And then, not taking that back, definitely keeping it. There will be some darkness under here, I'm certain. Okay, but of course, still gotta figure out her hair. These eyebrows still need some spackle, among other things. And then a few other things that I need to do before I can say, okay, pencil down, time for the pens. Because it just isn't yet. Really need to make her hand bigger. Why is it not working? It's just not working. Oh, that I know. But I can't show it. Fudge-horrific. Because I think that's what I was trying to do by making it this long. Or if I can make it a little bit longer, then she will essentially have thumb cuffs. So let's make it a little longer. Dang nabbit. I knew there was something I was trying to do and I couldn't remember the name of it, and that's why. So thumb cuffs for Granny in your honor. Because. Okay. That's gonna do it for now. So then, you fantastic and awesome people. Yeah, I do, and I like that style, Megatron. I like it. Don't make it the only one, because you still do stuff in the other way you were doing it, and especially that. Remember that Cassandra that I'm asking you to hang on to. Like, dude, don't lose that. Make sure you can always do that, because that'll be fantastically great. But yeah. With this, folks, let me give you. See if I can get it. There was a little bit more that kept getting cut off that you couldn't really see because this lens just won't allow for it, or I just don't know how to use it, and the camera doesn't really have a zoom. Let me see if it's focused at the very least so you can actually see this. Yeah, so that's the bottom of it there, and there's the what do you call it? The bottom of the tripod, the easel, metal easel. So those are the other bits that went all the way to the bottom. I just couldn't get there. Yes, exactly, Megatron. That has been my goal from like day 2. It's like I need to be able to draw like this person and this person and this person. I have to be able to approximate what they can do. Because that's another thing that you need as a tool in the shed of an animator. Because people who animate, they can take people's styles and make them move. Like that's the point of it. So that's why I want to conquer different styles and do things like that of that nature. Yikes! Yeah, it's a little bit. It's almost impossible to get it still there. The weight displacement, it just won't go. See, now I can't, if I'm drawing at the bottom, then you can't see it. Just weird. But yeah, people, that's going to do it for me for now, because I must go do house things. I have to go get the dishwasher going, I got to go put them on my stomach, and I got to finish minding these other streams. So I would like to say a million thank yous to all of you who popped by, to Mayans Mama Bear, to Megatron, to Darren M, Kenjack Ben, who was here, a couple other people were here, That Man Walking 55 was hanging around here. Thank you all for popping around to my first non-vampire time stream, and I'm going to try to do another one of these, if not tomorrow, then earlier on Saturday, and then possibly on Sunday if possible. But with that, I say thank you to you all for coming out here. Have a fantastic rest of your evening. And remember, be great, win, and be great. Great. You be great. So good night to all of you guys. Stay safe out there and get your grub on too.